Yo. Yo. What up? Yo, how's it going? Welcome to Tuesday. It's not Monday anymore, thank God. Yesterday was terrible. My brain was so fried yesterday that I forgot to make dinner. I didn't do anything. It's fucking just my brain turned off. I was just like, no, we're done here. We're not doing it anymore. That's it. We're out. Made bacon cheeseburgers. Can you send me one? I bet your bacon cheeseburgers are to die for. Oh my god. My brain cells literally, like, I was just like, nope, I have no brain. I was hanging with some friends afterward, and I couldn't even read an item in the games we were playing. I couldn't read the word "and" with how stupid I was. I was like, oh no, hello, welcome, 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 hi, 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 hoi, 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 me noi. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's having a good week. I hope your Monday wasn't as awful as mine was. And if you were here for my awful Monday, I hope you enjoyed how awful my Monday was. just a quick little reminder of what happened yesterday. Oh boo, the fucking audio didn't play. Ugh. There we go. Try that. Try this again. One more time. Why? Why do you suck? Oh, it's auto mixing. That's why. Okay, hold on. I got you.
I'm ignoring you. I said I'm ignoring you. Stop ignoring me! Ignoring
you! Stop ignoring me, ignoring you. I like the face that you chose for that, Athens. That's pretty great. Stop. Pay attention to me. But I'm gonna get really, really mad at you. I gotta edit that down. I'm gonna edit that one down into like a video, I think, of like a highlight reel of like the best moments from yesterday. I'll probably do that later today. Anyway, today we're gonna talk about Vic Gets.
I'm ignoring you.
What?
I said I'm ignoring you. Stop ignoring me! Ignoring you!
Okay. I guess that was somewhere in the background. I also got this for a new reaction that I think you guys are gonna appreciate. I fucking love Creepazoid, man. He's awesome. Or sorry, Freakazoid. Freaking you. Freaking me, runs around in underwear. Ugh. Check out Dr. What if Dexter Douglas was his name? Oh my god. Freakazoid is great, man. I loved that whole era. Honestly, if and when I ever had children, I would probably just like make a TV schedule and just be like, here's season 1 and here we'll play them in like this kind of an order, and then but I mean, I would throw new stuff in there. But the thing is I just don't find that just because something is new doesn't mean it's better. Right? It doesn't mean it's good inherently. So I'm like, I don't understand why you wouldn't have like, why is the Animaniacs not just on replay all the time? Like, I feel like it should be running constantly. You screenshotted the emoji. Very funny. What? That's weird. It shouldn't be doing ads like that. I literally ran them at the beginning so that wouldn't happen. Well, that sucks. Oh well, we're here to talk about fucking Vic Gets. I'm sorry that it's happening to you. Use your Amazon Prime or something. I don't know. Become a member and watch later on a VOD. Alright. Are you guys ready to listen to this guy be a dipshit? So we watched Culturescape before, and we watched an older video, and that was the video where we went down that massive rabbit hole and found out how like Vic was educated at like Liberty College and some other like university that I've already forgotten the name of, and like it was full and ripe with like sexual abuse and like transphobia and racism. Like they wouldn't let black people enroll in the school unless they were married and shit like that is fucked up. Oh. Well, thanks for letting me know. Now I know. I will forget immediately. Alright, so this is an updated one. This is a newer video. This is from 3 weeks ago. If we look at the description here... Go away. There we go. If we look at the description here, it says, in this exclusive interview, we bring you an in-depth conversation with the indomitable Vic Mignogna. Yes, indomitable. We were definitely not watching him fake crying about how he doesn't want to be part of the anime voice acting community anymore. Bets on when this man is gonna pretend he just retired from being an anime voice actor. What do you mean pause, dude? This is the first frame of the video. Look at the timestamp. It says 00. This is the first thing you see. Brother! Alright, sorry. It says, they also have comments turned off, by the way, which is also kind of very funny. Known for his talents as a voice actor and super nerd. That is not what he is known for. With a resilient and unwavering spirit, Vic has become a beacon of hope in the face of modern-day cancel culture. It's a shame his buddy Alex Stein let the cat out of the bag that if he just stopped doing this kind of shit and distanced himself and continued with his career, he wouldn't really be canceled, and he's doing it to himself. Wacky. Use that as the thumbnail. I'll try to remember. Join us as Vic shares his inspiring journey of overcoming adversity, standing strong against his attackers, and emerging victorious. Bro owes like so much money. He owes so much money. Oh, by the way, do you guys know what I got my dirty little hands on recently? My dirty little goblin hands with my long little fingers used for choking children. You know what I got recently? I got all of the paperwork. I got all of the litigation paperwork on some cases. All of it. All of it. Including all of the depositions. Munchkin adversity? Yo, that's the adversity they're talking about. Yeah, victorious. Sure. Yeah, huh? The cope. This story is about courage, determination, and the power of positive thinking. Yeah, I can just positive think my way out of being creepy to women. Hello, welcome Hawkskull, I'm glad you made it. Vic opens up about his faith and how his Christian values have guided him through these challenging times. It's okay if I touch younger people inappropriately. God will forgive me. What are you doing, Buck? You knocking over all my beer cans that I haven't thrown out yet? Recycling day's on Thursday. He emphasizes valuing life's most precious gifts and being a positive force in the world. From his early age in the industry, his current triumphs, Vic's story is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. This interview sheds light on his experience, his views on cancel culture, and his message for those facing similar trials. So sit back, relax, and get ready for an enlightening conversation that will leave you inspired and motivated. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Yeah, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. And here's his fucking Twitter. Whatever. Okay. Well. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for this? I'm not. Oh, good lord. Alright, let's just go. This no ceremonious anything. Let's just go. That was muted for you, and you're welcome. You're welcome that you didn't have to hear that. I'm kidding. It's fine. He didn't do anything that weird. Somebody just edited this at the very beginning.
I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. Don't you know I'm still standing after all this time?
Is that the lyrics for that song? Is that the lyrics for that? The Elton John one, right? Give me the lyrics. No. You can never know what it's like, it's still standing better than I ever did, looking at a true survivor. Like, yeah, no, that's the actual lyrics. He's just reading them. He's just reading off the lyrics. I like that it is an Elton John song. Very amusingly appropriate. For reasons that I'm not going to describe.
Picking up the pieces of my life.
I don't think it's good enough to get us
on my
clicked off of, right?
I'm still standing.
Right?
Yeah,
my God, why did you play this the whole time?
Okay, I didn't think I would do that. There are people out there, Peter, believe it or not, that just can't stand to see other people succeed. You know what I mean? It's just like, why should he get to do this? Why didn't I get this opportunity? Whenever I see...
So you guys might remember we watched a little clip of this put together before. So we may as well watch the whole thing, right?
Star Trek fans trashing people or slandering people or causing trouble, I think to myself, did you ever even watch Star Trek? Do you not even understand what the foundational philosophy of Star Trek was?
Yeah, tell me what the foundational philosophy of Star Trek was. I'd love for Vic Mignogna to explain that to me. A conservative, homophobic, transphobic bigot is gonna explain to me what Star Trek was about. Yeah, this is the conversation. The Discord was actually having this conversation yesterday. I was taking the piss because my brain was too off.
Infinite diversity in infinite combinations. Let people be themselves. Let them love what they love. Now, caveat,
but
don't force it down other people's throat. That's where it's wrong. That's where you've taken it too far. And you got these messages from people saying,
it's always got the
I
butt
can't
in
believe
there,
you didn't
right?
like this game. You know what I would have written back? What do you care? How is this any of your business? It's not enough that I have to have an opinion. You have to have my opinion too. Why? Because it makes me feel validated.
That's you. You're the one doing that. That's if people don't agree with you, you call them like bad names and send your fans after. Okay, something that I said yesterday. And I want to just like, as we get into this, I'm gonna preface this. I have been so nice. I have been so reasonable. I have been so fucking like, just listen, maybe this. I've been so charitable and been like, you know what, there are reasons why, like maybe they're friends or there's this thing going on or like this is their opinion on this, but if you really get that, I'm done. I'm not being nice. I'm not being nice to Vic Mignogna anymore. Why should I be? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck him and his fan base. Fuck the people who supported him. No, I'm mean Chesh now. This is my mean era. I'm gonna be mean now. All of this is, don't shove it down people's throats. This is all coming from a man who used to run, like, at request or demand to have a Bible study at conventions he was going to and preaches to people at anime conventions. Like, brother. This is the guy who refused to sign he refused to sign a piece of fan art because the characters were gay. Maybe Peter will ask a decent question this time. Let's go, Peter. Come on, you got this.
Hello and welcome
believe in
to
you.
Culturescape, the show that interviews the geek creators and influencers who built nerd culture. I'm your host, Pete Pischke, and boy, do I have a show for you. He's a prolific voice actor with well over 100 roles to his name across anime, TV, film, and video games. a proud Christian and staunch collector of classic Star Trek
Why do you
merch,
sound so
known across
bored?
the internet for his voice talents, music, and luscious blonde locks. I have with me the one, the only, Vic Mignana.
Okay, you never told me you were gonna say the blonde locks part.
I appreciate it.
He's wearing a
I've been
hat.
having, as I get older, the hair thing, it becomes more and more difficult. So,
Yes, there, it's all here. It's just under there. Also, I've
Did he just flex on a guy who said he was struggling with his hair? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Just to make that guy feel bad? Why does he look like he stuck a fork in a fucking... He looks like he stuck a fork in a socket. Okay. God, no. This isn't a Cloud Strife. This is like a Guy Fieri cosplay.
it's just under there. Also, I've done over 400 different animated series and video games as opposed to 100.
oh, okay. I wrote well over 100, and 400 is technically over 100.
Well, there are a lot of numbers that are over one. I just wanted to make sure
I think he's mad.
you know how old I am, that I've been in this business for so long.
You're not in the business anymore.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned my childhood love of Star Trek, and of course my series Star Trek Continues that I executive produced and play Captain Kirk in. But I am yours for the next 60-some minutes, Peter. So what shall we talk about? Apparently I'm the geek on the hot seat today.
Yeah, no, I definitely need to talk about Star Trek. Getting into this, I was just humming...
Ask him about the twins he tried to fuck.
I was humming your rendition of Dragon Soul for Dragon Ball Z Kai. Yeah, it's catchy.
Wow.
You're quite talented, actually, as a singer. I caught that.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Guys, you know it's gonna be a good interview when you start with like a good solid dick sucking. You know we're gonna get the hard questions, the real answers that people want from Vic Mignana, because like that's a thing. Oh brother, who wears hats indoors? What a douchebag. Who wears a hat inside? Listen, what, you don't like my Tim Pool cosplay? What the fuck? Look, I'm Tim Pool if he had balls. Come on.
The other day I was like, Vic, you really are quite talented. It's
thank you. You know, I've been writing and producing music, singing, playing the piano, writing, arranging, producing, singing twice as long as I've been voice acting. So that's a long time. Like we're talking 45 years. Music is very close. In fact, I'm in my studio right now. I love writing and producing music.
You did a number of collaborations where you were brought on to do like the English version of anime openings and closings.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Peter? What's funny?
I am so glad One Piece is re-releasing without his fucking shitty rendition of the opening for One Piece. The original opening for One Piece. God, that was terrible.
Funny is that for the longest time, for many, many years and hundreds of anime productions, even though everybody at the studios knew that I did music professionally and sang and produced music, there was kind of this, how do I put it? Very clear line of delineation. You know what I mean? Like there were music things and music people over there, and then there were the voice actors doing their thing over there. And it was several years into my career before somebody said, hey, why don't we have Vic record the lead vocal to this One Piece opening, or this Dragon Ball Kai theme, or Dragon Ball GT, or in high school, or whatever it was. And so I was very, very happy to start kind of overlapping and integrating my love of music and love of singing and recording. And the nice thing is, having a studio, they just send me the track, like karaoke track. And then I can record it here and record all the backup vocals and kind of, do my thing here.
It's nice to think that like your beloved shows and anime OPs are being treated like they're fucking karaoke by the guy producing them. Love it. Love to see it. The disrespect. Side note, I want to point out, just because I think it's really funny. So remember I told you guys that Kiwi Farms is mad at me because I talked about Vic Manana? So they got mad at me. They originally posted that, like, this bitch, whatever the fuck. Well, they're more mad at me because they went and actually looked at my YouTube channel and found some of my Vic Mayana content. And that was nice of them. They put, like, in the thread, they put, like, links to everything. It's all, like, so now the majority or, like, a portion of my Vic Mayana content is all in one place. I appreciate it. But, they said going back to old posts to react so much for letting it go. Bro, they're referencing something from 3 weeks ago. This video, actually. This bitch made videos on all this before. Here are some: if you can stomach poisoning the well, double standards, and non-stop schadenfreude. And then at the end they said, fuck it, here's a pseudo docs, and it's basically just my social medias. and they don't like my my Twitter profile picture because it looks sassy. This person looks fun to be around. I shouldn't. Don't. Oh, good. Anyway, I thought I'd give you guys an update on that. So that way, you guys are aware that Kiwi Farms, the beginning of a potential Threadnought is coming. I'm here for it. I'm not too concerned, needless to say, but it's one of those things that, like, keep an eye on, right? Keep an eye on. I keep you guys up to date. Right. Okay. Let's go.
Within the comfort of my own home and just send it back.
Is that something you have to pitch for? Are you at a point in your career where they come to you?
What a great question.
Yeah, are you at a point in your career currently where any anime producers or syndicators want to work with you at all? What the fuck kind of question was this? This would be better if it was a question posed like, at that time, would they come to you? But the thing is, you don't even have to ask that question. He already answered that. He said, oh, well, then let's just get Vic to do it. That's them going to Vic, not the other way around. So this not only has this question already been answered in his preamble before this question, but also where he stands currently, nobody's asking him to do shit. He's not in the industry anymore. He was kicked out of the industry. So, what a stupid-ass fucking question, dude. Pay attention to... At least listen to your guest. You know what I mean? At least listen to the things they say. Why do I get the feeling that perhaps this guy is just... This guy's interviews are just questions he's pre-written out, and he's just gonna read them out. He's not actually engaging.
I would have to say it goes both ways. There are plenty of people out there that don't know me, have never met me, don't know anything about, my work or my music, and they want to hear an audition or they want to hear a sample or something. But then, of course, as you say, when you've been in the industry as long as I have, there are plenty of people that you've worked with before on many
Vic's been out of the industry for at least 5 years. Since his contract was terminated with Funimation. Funimation isn't even just Funimation anymore. It merged with Crunchyroll at this point. So like it's not even the same. It's not even the same. It's been long enough that there's been rebranding.
From things, and they know your capabilities. They know what's in your wheelhouse, so to speak. And
didn't he just say they didn't know you and wanted an audition and then turn it whatever?
And so sometimes they'll just call me and say, "Hey, I want you to do this," or bigger shows, even with voice acting. Some of the bigger shows that I was in, I auditioned for like everybody else, and the audition recordings were sent off to the Japanese producers to choose somebody they wanted to play these roles. So even with shows like Full Metal or Naruto or Bleach, some of those it didn't matter how much experience I had or any of that. It was just, I had to audition like everybody else. So a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
He was asking about the music, not you getting a job voice acting. He didn't listen to the question either. What the guy asking the question didn't listen to the answer, and the guy answering the questions didn't listen to the question. What is happening? What is... Huh? What? Okay. Sure.
I personally, I've gone in a little crotchety with like my freelance journalism, where I'm just so lazy. I don't even want to do the pitching anymore. So I'm like, if I could just do the work and then be bothered about getting the work, that would be ideal. But
exactly, I couldn't agree more. And you know what, Peter? As a matter of fact, Tuesday and yesterday, I spent a good portion of the day recording a lead character for an upcoming video game, which I'm very, very excited about. It's been a while since I've gotten to do anything like that, and again,
why has it been a while since you gotten to do anything like that? I wonder why. Is it an indie game? What game is it? I want to know. I want to know so I can make sure I don't buy it.
Again, they knew they wanted me to be a part of it, and they sent me 3 different characters that are all equally main characters in the game, and asked me for auditions for all 3 of them.
Can I get like an indie, like shitty fucking like Steam only released, like not even from like a real, like not from a real developer, like actually just like one dude in the base, like Yandere Simulator, where there's 3 main characters and they're all voiced by Vic Mignogna, so they all sound exactly the same. You know what? I might buy that. I might play that. That might be just funny enough for the meme. You know what I mean? An indie porn game using Vic Mignogna, but all the characters are Vic. That would be very funny. That would be very funny. Hey, Honest Dread, welcome. I changed my mind, and you need to tell me what this is so I can buy it if that's the case, because that sounds amazing. I would absolutely do that.
I certainly didn't say, "Do you know who I am?" You know what I mean? Like I don't audition. You know what I mean? I didn't do anything like that. I was like, sure, absolutely. In fact, I'm going to send you an audition, and if you don't like what you hear, or if you have some kind of a redirect, you know what I mean? Or I really like what you did here, but can you make him a little older, or can you make him a little smarmier, or can you make him a little more threatening, or can you drop the pitch a little bit, make him a little deeper and more menacing? So sometimes it doesn't matter how long you've done it. In fact, I just was reading, I hate to waste your time, but it's relevant to what we're talking about. I was reading a story.
What we are talking about. There's no we in this conversation. This isn't a conversation. This isn't a back and forth.
Story on Facebook last night, about Gladiator. You remember that movie?
I do.
And the guy that played Proximo, the guy who was the head of all the gladiators, the older guy that used to be a gladiator, and then he won his freedom, and now he was like an entertainer, and he brought all the gladiators. He would buy them and sell them like slaves and then put them in the games and stuff. The guy that played that role is an actor named Oliver Reed. Well, Oliver Reed has done a lot of stuff over the years. And I was reading an article where a friend of his was talking about how Oliver called him one day and said, "Can you believe that Ridley Scott expects me to read, to audition for him? I'm a star." And his friend said, "No, Oliver, you're not a star. You haven't worked in many, many years. So when Ridley Scott asks you to audition, you audition." And he did, and he ended up playing the role. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't know this, but he passed away during principal photography. And so they used CGI and, body doubles and some different.
What does this have to do with anything? That there was another person who was X part of the industry that was like, I need to audition, but you did it. This is just a story to try to make Vic sound like he's better than everybody else. I don't fucking care. What video game are you in? I want to know who's asking you to audition for a video game. Did you get the part? Did you get it? What happened with the video game? We're lost. We've fallen down a hole.
Different tricks to kind of get through the film, but I found that interesting because it's a perfect example of one of those things where you're about as popular as your last big gig, and you never know. Sometimes
you're about as popular as your last big gig. There are people who ride on. This is very ironic for Vic to say, somebody who's riding on past successes of collaborative efforts that he treats and acts as if he was solely responsible for. Like, it's not like Vic Mignogna is sitting here being like, oh, I was in this big thing, and so, like that. Oh my god. This guy
is unfucking believable.
I can't with this. I can't with Vic Mignogna. He's so fake. He's such like just an inflated balloon of a person.
Have to audition and sometimes not.
Yeah, I do have to remind myself, you need to eat the slice of humble pie, I always feel happy.
Are you that popular that you need to do that? Who are you? What? Huh? I mean, I know this guy's got a lot of Twitter followers, but that's I don't know. Okay, sure. All right.
Happy with like my last hit, but then time goes by and no one else remembers it. So
exactly.
Keep my ego in line there. Do you hear all this stuff about The Rock? He's one of these characters that he seems like, because I hear two things about The Rock. One is he's like one of the hardest working people in Hollywood. He's like
the Dwayne The Rock. Did you just call The Rock a character? He's a person. What are you talking about? What? Huh? Okay, sure. Okay, go on. Before you go on, why do we care about what Vic Mignogna thinks about The Rock? What kind of line of questioning this? Tell me that you don't have anything to ask this guy about himself without telling me that you don't actually have anything to ask about Vic Mignogna, because you're waffling bullshit everybody knows. Like, what's the point of this interview? Like, what's the goal here? What are you going to, get out of this? Generally, if you have an interview with somebody, you have a point, right? Like, generally, there's, a goal in mind, or there's a point to having the interview. We're 10 minutes in, and it's all fluff. Most people would have clicked off this video by now. I like pain, so I'm watching the whole thing. But I'm watching the whole thing out of obligation. It's not a good place to be. The Rock is a character persona. Dwayne, on the other hand, is a different... No. He goes by The Rock even in his personal stuff at this point. And, like, yeah, I would agree that a lot of it is performative, but to say The Rock is just presented as a character, I think is very silly. Because he's talking about, like, how hardworking he is, right? That's Dwayne, that's not The Rock, right? So he's conflating the two. I know there are 7 steps of Kevin Bacon, but what are the steps to get Vic from The Rock? What steps did he do? Yeah, I don't know. Here's some advice: when you're telling someone a story, have a point. Right? Right? I don't get what the... I mean, I guess I can kind of understand, like, an interview being fluffy for the first couple of minutes and just being like, hey, let the audience get to know you, your cadence, and kind of how you talk and what you're about. Sure, yeah, as somebody who's done interviews, yeah, sure, that makes sense, I get that, but, like, you just immediately shifted off of your guest. And, like, this isn't a critique for Vic, this is a critique for, what's his name, Peter? This guy. What's your deal, dude? What's your point? If you have Vic Mignogna on, somebody who has as many controversies as he does, somebody who's been through the ringer, you said this is, like, about cancel culture and stuff, why wouldn't, like, the first question, or, like, an early on question be like, hey, tell us who you are, kind of your background, where you're coming from, people who don't know you, and then be like, cool, can you tell us a little bit about the industry? Oh, yeah, you mentioned HAD. Why are you no longer part of the industry? What do you think was fair or unfair about your treatment in Funimation and the way you left, or the way you were asked to leave that company? Like, those would be questions that might be viable or interesting to ask, but, like, realistically, what can you not ask those? It was contingent on getting the interview, was that he wasn't going to talk about any of that? I mean, then what's the point? No, but what do you think of The Rock?
He's one of these characters that he seems like, because I hear 2 things about The Rock. One is he's, like, one of the hardest...
He means characters as in, like, personality. So I'm being overly critical in the characters thing, but I don't care, I'm not being nice.
Working people in Hollywood, he's, like, always there, ready to go with the project, and that's why he lands so many roles. But then I also hear things like, well, he's such a prima donna off set. He's so hard to work with. And I'm so confused at how both of those things could be true at the same time.
Well,
why? Working hard and being available are not the same. Like, that's a different thing than being difficult to still work with. And you're gonna get different people in different areas. Hollywood's a big industry. As much as, like, it might seem small because of, like, the number of actors that get, like, insane amounts of exposure, for every movie, there's hundreds of people. So, like, it's not surprising to get people who are, like, on one hand, oh yeah, as an executive, he's great to hire, or as a casting agent, he's great to hire because he's ready, available, and he's got his stuff. But as somebody who's, like, I don't know, doing rigging, and they're like, we need to rig this, and he's like, no, I need it this way. Like, and he could be difficult. Like, there's so many aspects and areas in filmmaking. This just makes me think that you don't understand what filmmaking is. And those 2 things aren't opposite things. They're very easily can exist. People are different. Oh my god. Rock as Tarzan in a reboot. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh. Oh no. I don't know, guys. I don't know how I feel about that. We're getting a live action Tarzan, and it's gonna be The Rock. Oh boy. Okay.
They're probably not both true, and I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, okay?
Which ones? All of them? Like, all of those things aren't true? Okay.
I hope this doesn't come out wrong, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Okay. I trust you.
This is an edited video.
I don't think I behave like a prima donna at all.
What does that have to do with the question? The question is what do you think of these 2 things, these 2 descriptions of fucking Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? The fuck does that have to do with you people saying that you're a prima donna? What? Is it because you're a prima donna that you think this is about you? What the fuck, dude? What is happening? What did we just jump? We just jumped a shark. Does he think he is the Rock? Yes. He thinks the Rock. He thinks the. I really. That would be very funny if he actually just thinks that the fucking interview asked him about him. Now he's gonna go off on a tangent talking about himself. Now, two things. To be fair, it is his interview, so like it's an odd question that kind of came out of left field by the interviewer, right? And so him bringing it back to himself kind of makes sense, but at the same time, the way that he's gone about doing this is very bizarre. Like, he's not actually answering the question. He's just fucking jumped the shark better than electrocuted by a boat. I don't know. Did you see his hair earlier? I think he did get electrocuted just before this. Bro, what the fuck? I'm gonna get whiplash.
In fact, from my own experience with hundreds of voice actors and actors and celebrities, TV and film personalities doing hundreds upon hundreds of event appearances.
Humble brag.
I genuinely think I'm kind of one of the more approachable, one of the more friendly, sociable, outgoing. I don't make any big demands. You could,
bro, that your being like sociable and friendly has been the problem that you've been facing in the industry and out of the industry and at conventions. You've been too friendly, you've been too sociable, and you keep touching people who don't want to be touched. What the fuck? Who are you comparing yourself to? Conventions are there for people to meet other people. One of the things that Vic Mignogna regularly complains about is like these people who he thought were friends that weren't actually friends with him. It's like, you think you're sociable. Other people don't think you're sociable. They think you're oppressive. You have no, like, perspective on this. Is the interviewer gonna ask him about that? No, I bet you he won't. If you think that this interviewer is going to actually ask Vic Mignogna a real fucking question about what he's saying or what has gone on with him in the industry or out of the industry, he's not. He's not. If you think that, you're crazy. You're a crazy person. I don't know where you get your faith from, but it's not God. It's probably coming from Cthulhu.
Call any event that I've ever attended and ask them what kind of crazy, prima donna demands I made, and they would tell you none, because I don't. I don't make demands.
Guys, did you know that conventions that were just starting out in the early 2000s kept a detailed list of anything that any voice actor asked? And 20 years has gone by, and they still hold on to those records? What a dumb thing to fucking say. Like, I'm not going to talk about some of the other stuff going on in this too much because I've already covered it, but just know that all of the things he says are basically like the type of things a prima donna would say.
At all, and I don't think I'm a prima donna, and yet, this is where we're going with that, and yet, there are people out there spreading garbage that I'm a prima donna, and I'm like, what do you base that? First of all,
this dude, knowing where this answer came from now, because before I looked at the answer without the context ahead of time, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? The guy asked you about what he thinks are conflicting reports about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and you just went on some kind of fucking... You're like, I'm gonna tell you guys a little known secret. I'm not a prima donna. What? So if it's a secret, then it's not bizarre that people think... Like, it's an industry secret that Vic Mignogna is not a prima donna, which is so weird because now he's complaining that people are spreading garbage that he is a prima donna. If it's a secret that you're not, then of course people think that you are. They would have to for it to be a secret. What the fuck are you talking about? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Fuck, what are you doing? You just want the door open? I mean, okay, whatever, it's fine. You're very cute. Ugh. He answers some other question. And he's also really defensive about something nobody asked. Like, nobody said this. He just goes off on this amble. Like, what the fuck? I'm not a prima donna. Proceeds to fake cry. Right? Right? Hello? Oh my god.
Who are you? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, somebody's starting, like, saying shit about me. If the first thing I ask is, who are they? Because I'm Vic Mignogna, and I'm more important than they are. I.e., definitely not a prima donna. Even in his made-up scenario in his head, because he never confronts any of the criticism or the issues. He just fucking goes and hides in a corner and jerks himself off about how great he is.
There are people out there spreading garbage that I'm a prima donna. And I'm like, what do you base that? First of all, who are you? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Who are they so I can send my fans after them? Right? Yes. Correct. Accurate. Let me find out who you are so I can send kiwi farms at you. Sup, Maya?
And second of all, I have never been a prima donna, but let me tell you what happens. When you aspire to a certain level, in any field.
But once I'm better than everybody else, everybody just assumes I'm a prima donna because, like, I'm better than everybody else. Thanks. It's a D&D hat. If you look right there, it actually just says, hold on, let me roll that up a little bit more. Check it out. It's got a D20 on it on a 1, and it just says, well, fuck. I like this hat.
In any field, you automatically subject yourself to ridicule, jealousy, professional jealousy, and people that just, there are people out there, Peter, believe it or not, that just can't stand to see other people succeed. It just rubs them the wrong way. You know what I mean? It's just like, what?
That's literally you. Also, random guy, you missed it. He took his hat off and he looked like he had fucking Guy Fieri fucking spikes going on. He looked like he was trying to join NSYNC in the fucking 90s, dude.
Why should he get to do this? Why didn't I get this opportunity? Why should he be this, or why should she get that, not me? And they get themselves so worked up.
I'm not a prima donna. Everybody's just jealous of how great I am, because I'm the peak. When you look for excellence and become the peak of a thing.
About what they think they should have or think they deserve, that they spread misinformation, negativity, and rumor and gossip about somebody who...
His fans all know who he's referring to. It doesn't even fucking matter.
Who they see has done well. Who
plausible deniability.
Has
You haven't done well. You tried the sue, fell flat on your face, got fucking scammed by some fucking internet lawyers, and then fucking you're walking around on here being like, oh, I don't want to be part of the industry anymore. I'm not a prima donna, guys, I promise. Because the real life Dennis Reynolds. It is. He's a whole monologue, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, every pause face is a meme. In fact, challenge. Do it. I want to in the memes area of the Discord. I want to see all of these with like fucking bottom text. Here, I'll do this. We'll put that up here. So that way you can have easier screen caps of the pause faces and you can add bottom text. You're welcome. You already posted one. I'm gonna go look. Where is it? Oh my god, these are fucking good, dude. This one says Vic being a smooth criminal. Oh, let's go. Alright. Alright, go on, Vic. I'm sorry. What were you bitching about? That you're definitely not a prima donna? Go on, yeah. Everybody's just jealous of you. Yeah, you got it.
Who they see has done well, who has, has reached a certain level in their career, and it's everywhere. I mean, no matter who you are, whether it's...
What level are you at in your career, Vic? Is it rock fucking bottom? Could it be any worse? I don't know. I don't know if you have, like, no prospects. You have, like, no direction. You're not in anything. What are you talking about? I would say go back to your alumni school and go be the drama teacher, but I'd be worried that you were gonna, like, assault and, like, touch the girls at the school.
Professional sports, whether it's music, whether it's voice acting.
I mean, at least he'd be able to, like, he'd get away with it there. Because, like, that school already, like, the school he graduated from has a whole ton of fucking sexual scandals, like we talked about before from the last time he was on this show. So, like, I don't think he should go there because I think he'd be a threat. But, you know, as a predator looking to hide amongst people where he has easy access to victims and something that he can say he has prestige for, that would be a thing he could do. Alright. Anyway, go on. Dipshit.
Whether it's acting in general, no matter what it is, the moment that...
Yeah, Vic's a top-tier singer, guys. Okay.
Anything you do or say separates you or elevates you above the... You know what I mean? The
common folk, everyone else. Guys, I'm not a prima donna. I've just reached the upper echelon, and you're all beneath me. The rabble, the peasants. Do you think this interviewer is gonna pick up on any of this? No, I don't. No way. No way in hell.
The hubbub and the norm, above the herd.
The normies.
Uh-huh.
You set yourself up.
Do you guys think the interviewer realizes that Vic is talking about the interviewer as like he's one of the lesser thans?
For ridicule. You set yourself up for negativity and gossip. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of a lot of fields that there are a lot of people who wish they could be a part of, you know? Like, there are millions...
You mean like a wannabe? Like somebody who's like, I want to be famous, I want to be a star, and so I behave as if I've reached the upper echelons of something that you're not even a part of anymore, Vic? You mean you're a wannabe and a reject because you got kicked out of your own fucking industry for being a creep because people don't want to fucking deal with you because you turned yourself into a complete fucking PR nightmare by being a creep? Dear God. Unbelievable. There's something special about somebody who, like, viewed themselves as a prima donna, behaved that way, because he's still behaving that way when he's not anymore. Like, he doesn't have that pull, he doesn't have the power, he's not in the position, he's not even considered in the top tier of voice acting. He's not the most well-known. The Critical Role cast have probably got him beat by, like, light years and parsecs. And this fucking guy's sitting here still acting like he's fucking top cream of the crop over here. So, like, you think that he wasn't acting like a... Look at the way he's acting now, at the bottom of the barrel. How do you think he behaved when he thought he was at the top of his game? You can't sit here honestly and tell me that you don't think he wouldn't have been worse when people were actually encouraging him and he didn't really get any pushback. Right? Like, are you serious? If this is the way he was behaving now, how do you think he behaved in the early to mid-2000s? Yeah. Uh-huh. I mean, come on, he's friends with Nick Rakita. Even after he fucked him over. The guy's a pushover.
Millions of people out there that would love to get into voice acting, or that would love to get into acting, or that would love to get into music. And all of those that want to get into it are kind of on the same level, right? They're all wanting to get into it. But so there are a lot of people fighting for those opportunities, right? There's a lot of competition, so to speak.
Took him a minute.
And so I've seen it happen so many times where as soon as if you accomplish something that is rare and special, if you play a role or if you create...
Show me what thing Vic Mignogna has created that is special and not recreatable or not, like, a blight on the anime community. Because, like, quite frankly, I don't think he has. I think you could probably replace Edward Elric. I think that there are voice actors likely that could do it better than Vic did. I mean, the nostalgia's gonna be there, but nostalgia is just that. It's just nostalgia. Like, his voiceover for the songs, for the OPs, I personally fucking hate them. I mean, not everybody's gonna feel that way, but personally, I fucking hate it. Like, just give me the Japanese opening. Like, please. Good lord. As if OPs aren't, like, very explicit and purposeful in anime.
Create a podcast, or if you do something that you accomplish
Sing the Pokemon
something...
song, Vic. Dance, monkey. Dance. Sing the Pokemon song. Let's go. See if you can do that one better. Accomplish something. I don't care which one. Pick, like, Johto. Do the do, because that's probably all you could really do. Let's be real.
That most people don't. At some point, there will come a time when people, out of envy or jealousy, or just, like I said, just their lives they're not happy in their lives, and they can't stand to see other people happy. You remember the old adage, misery loves company.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard that. Aaron said that once about a grieving memorial service, a vigil for a memorial. That's what that means, right? I've heard that phrase before. God. Criticism is different. Criticism isn't about dragging people down, it's about elevating or stopping an issue, generally. Usually the reason people criticize things is because they care about something, right? Whether it be the individual, or whether it be like for example with Vic. People might criticize Vic because they care about Vic, they want to see him do better. Or people might criticize Vic because they care about the anime community and they want to see the anime community do better, right? Hey, Larry, welcome! How's it going? I'm explaining what criticism is because apparently I'm just gonna go eat some crayons. I'm gonna stop explaining complicated, actually they're not complicated. I'm gonna stop explaining simplistic things to idiotic people. Since they eat my crayons anyway, I'm just gonna skip the middleman and eat the crayons myself. How you doing? I hope you had a good weekend.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's why a lot of the things going on in the world right now are as they are, because people have some twisted idea about something, and it's not enough for them to have that opinion. They need to force it on you. They want more people to join their fringe cause because that gives it more legitimacy, right? If it's just me,
no, that's the ad populum fallacy. If your argument is more people agree with me, therefore I'm right, then that's a fallacious argument. That's not how argumentation works. That's not how criticism works. That would be bad criticism, or like you don't have enough people that agree with you, therefore you're wrong. That's not how that works. There is things like consensus, where you get people to agree on a fact of the matter, and that's usually done in like scientific terms, not in terms of like social adequacy. The problem that Vic Mignogna faces is That's... I'm sorry. I'm not doing it on purpose. There's a big difference between, like, what is... In Vic Mignogna's case, the criticism he's getting is due to a behavior that he's doing that society has a general consensus is not okay. And the reason why the general consensus, or the population, the majority of a population believes it's not okay is because they believe it is harmful, and the reason they believe it's harmful is because there are facts of the matter. That assaulting somebody or touching somebody who doesn't want to be touched isn't appropriate because they have bodily autonomy and they get to pick and choose who the fuck touches them. And if it's never anybody, that's their decision to make. It's the old, you want to talk about old adages? Your right to swing your fist ends when it hits my face. Right? That's how it works. So Vic Mignogna is allowed to swing his arms around, but he's not allowed to fucking hug people if those people do not want to be hugged or kissed or touched or whatever the fuck. That's the criticism. It's not that lots of people know that Vic Mignogna is like this, which is an accidental tacit admission that that his reputation preceded him, that people knew that he was doing this kind of shit back in the 2000s. He just doesn't like that he's not allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants to whomever he fucking wants to do it to. These are trying to pretend that it's anything other than that is disingenuous. And lying, i.e. gaslighting. And by the way, the interviewer should push him back on this. If it was actually a good interview, the person would be like, yeah, but the criticisms about you aren't like just stories that have been made up. You admitted to inviting twins to your fucking room for sex who were like in their early 20s and you were like 63 and they were fans of yours. You don't think that's inappropriate? And you'd be like, well, you know, if they were consensual, because that's a normal thing somebody says when you solicit illegal sex. By the way, pretty sure in the majority of America, sex between siblings is illegal. You don't know how old Vic Mignogna is? Let me get you the exact age. Vic Mignogna. Vic Mignogna Wikipedia. Let's just double check here. He was born in 1962. So he's currently 61. So I guess he would have been like in his late 50s when that event took place that I just described. Ah, you're away with work. Oh, that's why I haven't seen you live. Well, I hope your work goes well, Larry. I hope it's going well for you. I'm here causing problems. I'm here starting fights. If you're old enough to be someone's dad, you're a predator / disgusting. Yeah, there are very few times where, like, large age gap disparagements work. But generally those are not done as flings at a convention for people you're fans of while you're actually cheating on your spouse, right? It's generally like a very long and drawn out arduous process of mutual respect, right? Because any solid or good relationship needs to be based in mutual respect. And it's really hard to do that when there is, one, large age gaps, and two, when there is a power disparagement, where you have a fan and, like, a big name, right? Now, there are ways to finagle this. There's ways to go about doing this, but it's a lot of work. You have to be very careful, and you need to, put in the effort, right? And that's not the scenario we're talking about with Vic regardless. That's not what he's doing, right? And so because we know that's not what he's doing, it's kind of a non sequitur to even go on this tangent that I'm currently going on, because I'm still being too charitable. The dude's a creep. He's been a creep for years. Womp womp.
Touting my opinion, that's one thing. But if I can get 5 or 6 other people to tout my opinion, well, then, now I'm legit. You know what I mean? And that's...
Isn't that what he does when he gets, like, his little Rizambool Rangers group to go on a Discord and, like, just fucking spew out Vic Mignogna propaganda for him? You're projecting, sir.
That, emboldens me.
Actually, I came to my opinions about Vic Mignogna independently. I didn't talk to, like, Monica Rial. I didn't talk to, like, anybody ahead of time. I looked at his content, looked at the things he said, and read the legal paperwork. You'll notice that I don't sit here and watch, like, I'm not watching other content creators that are covering Vic Mignogna to form my opinion. I'm watching Vic Mignogna to form my opinion. Are there any other creators that fucking talk about this guy that aren't sucking his dick? Am I the only one sitting here criticizing this fucking man? How is that the fucking case? What happened to the internet, man? What happened to YouTube? Hello? Hello? Where are you? Where are you? I'm all alone. What the fuck?
That's just part for the course, man. As soon as you differentiate yourself in any way or accomplish something, like my Star Trek series, when you accomplish something like that, and of course I didn't do it by myself.
I would like to point out again, I want to remind everybody that Vic Mignogna got shit on by William Shatner because William Shatner told him to fuck off with his little project and that he wasn't associated with it and never would be. Because Vic Mignogna wouldn't leave him alone. Yo, do not fuck with William Shatner on the internet, dude. Do not fuck with his social media account. He will shit on you. And he won't even be sorry about it. He won't lose any sleep.
And I want to make sure all you guys out there hear me say this. I didn't do it myself. I don't take all the credit. I constantly, at every turn in every interview, acknowledge all of the good people, the volunteers that
like who?
Participate.
The people that you're not naming, like the people that you're not actually crediting. Just thank you generally. Okay. Shout out to tell me that would be a question for the interviewer. All right. Well, who's had the most impact on the project? Well, myself. Okay. Well, besides you, who has had the most impact on the project and making it successful?
In making that web series. But it became very successful. It was very well received. We've got over 17 million viewers.
Yeah, by the way, that from what I've recently heard, there's rumors going around that they've been kicked out for not paying rent in their studio, and that they're definitely working on something, but they don't know where or when they're working on anything. So that's not looking too fucking great. So, that's just rumors, though. I haven't verified that yet. I'll work on it.
And there are tons of fan productions out there of all varying levels of quality, right? And if you create something that kind of stands above the rest, sure, you're going to get a lot of this, right? You're gonna.
So, quality is like, it depends, right? It really just depends on what you're talking about, because quality can mean a lot of different things. So, is it the writing that's good? Is it the production that's good? You would have really good production, but still have a shit product. Look at Alex Stein, right? Look at the Daily Wire. Most of what comes out of the Daily Wire is pretty decent, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty decent production value. But what's being said and the quality of the information isn't good. So you could have a fan-made you could have a fan-made Dragon Ball video, and you could be like, wow, this is amazing, and it's really good in its characterization, and people will love that more than they will love the high production of Dragon Ball Evolution, right? Had Dragon Ball Evolution been marketed as a parody movie or a side a joke film, it would have done great. It did really well in Japan because that's the way they interpreted it. That's the way it was presented to them. That's what they understood it as. Whereas here it didn't work. But there were plenty of Dragon Ball Z videos that have gone out there, just fan-made productions of people doing shit, and it does great. The Orville is ostensibly a Star Trek styled love letter / spiritual related show with high production, good quality, like the content, the characterization, the way it's related and how it handles the universe, etc., etc., etc. So you like, he's Vic Mignogna is acting as if he produced something like The Orville, but he didn't. It's just a YouTube series.
Get a lot of, man, what a great job. I love your series. And you're also going to get people who try to slander and, you know what I mean? And backbite and backstab and cause trouble because they just can't stand that you achieved something where they did not, you know, or you accomplished something that they didn't.
I completely agree. Unfortunately, that is human.
What the fuck did any of that have to do with The Rock? You guys remember that's what we were talking about? We were talking about like the what this guy believes are conflicting pieces of information about Dwayne The Rock Johnson, about working with him and what that's like in Hollywood. By the way, why would you ask Vic Mignogna about Hollywood? He doesn't know dick shit. He's never worked in Hollywood. He doesn't know anything about Hollywood. He worked in the fucking anime industry. It's not. Don't get me wrong, it's getting bigger, it's doing well, and I'd love to see the anime industry grow and be treated more seriously and taken on board for more bigger projects and given larger budgets and better animation and da-da-da-da-da-da. I'd love to see it grow. But it's not Hollywood. It's not...
Human nature. I sometimes
Sorry,
get
that
those
was
feelings.
a bit of a rant, wasn't it?
No, it's okay.
Ask the question again.
But it's true. I'm sorry, it's just true. I've seen it. I've seen it too many times in too many different arenas not to know that it's true. So
that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Something can be like, just because you experience something doesn't mean it's true for everybody else. Like that's basic bitch shit. That's not even complicated. That's something that only very self-important, self-entitled people say. Well, if it didn't happen to me, then it's not a problem. Or if this is why you see, like, fucking the leopards ate my face subreddit, right? You get, like, people who are like, oh, I hate trans people, oh, my kid is trans, I changed my mind. Or this is like, oh, I'm against abortion rights, oh, I need an abortion, I changed my mind, right? That's where you see these types of things, where I'm gonna shit on women and like, get along with all these conservative men, and like, oh my god, they're shitting on me, how could this have possibly fucking happened? Like, unbelievable, I can't understand. And people will change their fucking minds, right? Because they don't empathize, or they're not able to comprehend something until it happens to them. And some people just don't learn until it happens to them, right? Vic Mignogna is the same way. He's got this self-centered, self-important, self-aggrandized, helium-inflated fucking ego. And so he thinks that just because it happened to him, it happens to everybody all the time, or that it's incredibly prevalent in an industry. He doesn't know that. His reasoning for presenting, he might be right, but his reasoning isn't right. You need more than, like, what he's presented to actually demonstrate that is actually the case. He could say, in my experience, but to say that, oh, well, I know this because I've experienced it, therefore, like, no.
I struggle with those feelings sometimes, where I feel like there's an opportunity I want, and then someone else gets it, or there's some goal that I try to, there's some hurdle I tried to clear, and I was able to do it, but someone else did. And when those happen, I just have to tell myself, you know what, don't lean into it. Try to just be mentally well, be chill.
I mean, it's okay to feel disappointed when you didn't get something and somebody else did, but when you start and like, it's also okay to do like a little bit of comparison, but you don't want to get down on yourself, or you definitely don't want to treat the other person like shit because you didn't get it, right? And that's what's happening. That's what we see Vic Mignogna and his fans doing. He didn't win, so therefore we treat everybody like shit who did win, right? Same shit.
Charitable, be kind. And usually if it's like on Twitter or something and someone else, they do something well that I didn't, or something I wanted, I'll follow that person, or I'll say congratulations, or because
and therein, Peter, lies the difference between somebody of integrity and character and quality and somebody who's just very self-centered and, you know what I mean?
They follow them
and
on Twitter.
They're just all about, you know what I mean, themselves and their own agenda. When you see somebody else accomplish something,
The ultimate form of respect being something that liking or following something on Twitter. What the fuck? What a weird way to blow that out of proportion.
or create something great, you have one of two responses. Response one is it inspires you. It's admirable. You recognize the work that they put into it, and it inspires you and maybe even motivates you to do more, to work harder,
Definitely.
to make your show better, to perfect your skills. You know what I mean? To become better at what you do. That's option one.
Uh-huh. Is that the option you're taking, Vic? Are you practicing and perfecting your skills and moving on with the industry, or are you sitting around crying and shitting on other people who are doing well in the industry? And shitting on people who got something you didn't, i.e. won the lawsuit or successfully fucked yours. Right?
Response to seeing somebody else excel. Option two is to try to tear them down, is to try to talk garbage about them. If you're in a party setting or with a bunch of people or online.
All right, take a vote. How much longer do you think it's going to be before Vic Mignogna starts talking shit on people? How much longer? We're at 2037. He's just saying you can take option one or option two. He's implying and saying that option two is bad, talking shit on people. How long before you think he name drops somebody that he wants to talk shit on? I mean, he was already talking shit on people before this, by the way. He just didn't name them, except we all know who he's talking about. Like, so how long? How long do you guys think before he names drops somebody? We're at 2037. All right? 2037. Keep an eye out.
And you're just pumping out these negative things and these cynical little jabs at them because you just don't like that they achieved something. So different people respond to the very same thing different ways depending on the kind of person they are. And you know what? I'll even confess to you, Pete. I've had those feelings.
I said I'm ignoring you.
Whoops.
Stop ignoring me, ignoring you!
That was turned off in the background. I'll click it off. Oh, my joke was ruined. Okay, is that one? Okay, there we go. I'll put it back, my bad.
And these cynical little jabs at them because you just don't like that they achieved something. So different people respond to the very same thing different ways depending on the kind of person they are. And you know what? I'll even confess to you, Pete. I've had those feelings. I mean, I've auditioned for things.
If Vic didn't go this route, this is the difference between having integrity and not having integrity, and Vic not having any. Had he gone the route and not said, oh, well, I've had those feelings about auditions, not, I've actually fallen into that hole and talked a lot of shit on people that I shouldn't have done that, and I fell into that hole, and those are things that I did and have done, and I should stop doing those things, and I'm working on that, I'm trying to learn to be a better person. Then that would be some integrity, but we don't see that. Do you think that the interviewer is going to say, okay, well, what about the stream you did the other day where you mentioned these people by name? What about this last 5 years of litigation where you spent hours online talking shit on the people you were in litigation with? You want me to show Mom the meme? Okay.
I'm ignoring you. I said I'm ignoring you. Stop ignoring me, ignoring you!
Very funny.
And I didn't get them. And then I saw who got them and I thought, wow, really?
Yeah, I've had that
but that's
too.
you see, that's my pride, right? That's my ego. So I could feel that feeling. And of course there's You can't stop feeling something. You don't have to indulge it. You don't have to post about it. But you can't stop yourself from feeling something. So
You can stop yourself from feeling something. It's not healthy, and you shouldn't do it. The point is to, like, acknowledge your feelings, understand where and why they're talking about them, and deal with them in a positive or healthy manner. Right? That's what it means. That's what it is. But again, this is Vic Mignogna. He's surface level on everything he does because he's a fake.
I've had those feelings too, but I sure as heck didn't get on Twitter. I can't believe they cast that guy, right? Or if I could tell you some things about him, you know what I mean? Just to undermine somebody who achieved something that I didn't. So, you know, I feel those feelings just like you and anybody would. But then the question is, what do you do with it?
But I'm above everybody else, he says.
Do you act out on them, or do you just take them as fuel to get better, you know, and to be better? There's a voice actor, and I'm not going to...
Last time we looked at a longer interview with Vic Mignogna, he explained that he has dick shit for voice differentiation. You know what he's never done in the number of years that he's been in this industry, for so long for? Ever gotten better at voice differentiation. Maybe he should work on that. Maybe if he wants to, like, do what he preaches, then maybe, if he wasn't a hypocrite, he would fucking actually do those things. He would improve on his voice acting.
Name his name, but he and I have been very, very good friends for many, many years. And I confessed to him once, we were at an event together, and I confessed to his face. I said, you know, I have to confess I'm a little envious of you. And he's like, what? Why? And I said, because I wish I were your age when I got involved in this industry. I mean, I wish I had.
If Vic Mignogna started his career again right now in his 20s, he wouldn't succeed in the anime industry at all.
I wish I'd have gotten involved in it when I was younger, so I would have had more years to enjoy it, because I love the work that I've done. And I just confessed to him that I was a little envious, because he was getting some great roles. He's an amazing voice actor. He was getting cast in a lot of things, and he was succeeding, and I was very happy for him. But there was a little bit of envy, because I'm like, man, you know, I did what I did, but 20 years older than this guy. What a lucky guy, you know? But I did never get online and talk garbage about him or try to undermine his success. And therein lies the difference. How you handle those emotions when you feel them.
Again, it's just a story of Vic just jerking himself off. A decent interviewer would say, oh, that's a great story. Is there a time where you've ever, like, failed to do that? Oh yeah, this interview should be on Pornhub with all the dick sucking going on.
Definitely. I will say, Vic, and I mean, we definitely want to continue on this line. The fact that you hit it big and you got into voice acting, you know, at the end of your 30s, beginning of your 40s, that's actually been an inspiration to me. I've had several times since
I love that we're just flat out saying that when Vic Mignogna was going to anime conventions and being creeps to people, he was at least in his 40s. Great.
I last talked to you where I'm feeling a little bit down. I'm like, well, Vic didn't make it till, you know, he was a bit older.
Well,
I'm not joking. It's inspirational.
Athens asked, is this worse than the JF or the Kyle interview? It depends on which Kyle interview you're talking about, but I've seen more dick sucking in an interview before. I'll put it that way. This isn't as bad, but that's mostly because the guy is just letting Vic ramble on, and there's not a whole lot of interaction. You know what I mean? The In Time interview was really bad.
I'm serious. It's inspirational. Look, for me, it's like because I come from similar to you, dad was around, broken home situation. I had to help raise my siblings. So I really didn't get to work on Peter, so to speak, in my career till my late 20s.
Right.
So in my mind, I'm just starting out, but in actuality, I should be, I'm mid 30s. I should be much further in my career than I am. But, you told me.
This is an ongoing societal problem where it bases success based on age. And part of that is like Hollywood. Part of that is like mainstream media will be like, oh, wow, look at this person doing this thing. They're so young, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Age is when it comes to like working on yourself and your career, age is an illusion. Age matters in some capacities. So like, when there's a giant age gap in like when it's relative, but not when it's about like personal growth. Personal growth, there's no age there's nothing to relate your age to. All you're doing at that point is comparing yourself to other people, and it's not good to measure your success based on other people. You should be measuring yourself against yourself. Have you improved from the year prior? Have you improved from 5 years ago? Have you improved from yesterday, right? Age in that case is not, because again, age is relative, right? And so because you should only be comparing yourself to yourself, the only thing that's relative is, oh, well, what was I doing in my 20s? Or what was I doing when I was 15 versus what am I doing currently? And am I a better person, or am I doing better, or am I happier or happy with who I am now, as opposed to, and that doesn't mean you have to shit on your 15-year-old self. You could be perfectly happy with yourself when you were 15 too, and be like, you know what? That person was doing their best with what they had, and you know what? They're great. I wouldn't change anything about my 15-year-old self. And then you can look forward and be like, what do I look like I want to be? What goals do I want to set, right? What changes and what improvements do I want to make in my life? And that's fine, but you don't judge yourself based on your age, you judge yourself based on your personal progress, right? So, age only matters when it involves other people. And self-reflection and self-growth and personal growth not relevant.
We talked last that, you got started then. So I just tell myself, well,
yeah.
I still have time. I know if Vic could do it, I could do it.
I have something to tell you, and I want to say,
you really should not be using Vic Mignogna as a role model, especially, again, and I repeat, and I will say it again, if Vic was to enter the anime industry, even in his 20s, if he was the person he is right now, and he was just 20 instead, he would not be able to get into the industry. He doesn't have the voice differentiation for it, he doesn't have the wherewithal for it, and he doesn't have the attitude. So he wouldn't be able to get in. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. He wouldn't survive. Also, especially with how much more reporting and more clear rules and boundaries that there are amongst people in the workplace. Right? When Vic was doing all of his creepy shit, a lot of the protections that are around didn't exist at the time. Right? So the reporting system, like, what people will ask me, like, well, if Vic never did everything wrong, why isn't there a police report? Why didn't anybody report him to the police? Duh! Because it was all prior to, like, any kind of big change in the way those types of things were handled. People didn't listen to women, let alone care, let alone women were just treated as if they lost value if somebody, like, did anything, right? There's like, such, it's such, like, an out-of-pocket and, like, out-of-bubble thing that people don't seem to fucking understand. Well, why isn't there video evidence? Yeah, I'm gonna take video evidence on my fucking Razr flip phone. The fuck are you talking about, you idiot? Like, the people who defend this man have the dumbest fucking arguments and just don't know the amount of technical progress that's been made in 20 years. It's been 20 years. We don't have the same reporting systems. Yeah, that's right. It's not that 20 years ago wasn't the 80s anymore, guys. 20 years ago was 2004. Brother. Ooh, have fun. I hope you get your food paid for by business expenses. Get an extra drink. Get a fancy drink. Get a fancy drink for me. Pour one out. Don't pour it out. Actually, just drink it because that would be alcohol abuse, and we don't stand for that in this house. Have a good night, Larry. I hope you have a good. I hope your food is good.
Say it to all and any and all who are listening to you or watching, who will watch or listen to this podcast, okay? Or this interview.
All right, I'm listening.
There is no locked set textbook about you should have accomplished this by this age.
That's not true. There are exceptions, but that's not true. There are pretty locked book textbook about early childhood development. There are lockstep rules all the way through school. From kindergarten all the way through grade 12, grade 13, you have to have reached certain specific milestones to be able and allowed to graduate. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions, and that doesn't mean that there aren't other ways to accomplish those things, but there are absolutely societal expectations and rules and like exceptions that are made based on age. If you don't know how to say please and thank you by the time you're in like grade 2, you're probably gonna suffer. Like, there are gonna be consequences for that. Now, if you learn it later, is it really gonna be that big of a deal? Well, it's gonna drastically change your thing. So there are absolutely lock key steps. Should it be that way? Maybe not, but practically there is. Right? So it's silly to try to pretend that there aren't. Like, there's a grading system in America. There's a grade point average system if you want to get into universities. Now, does it mean you can't do it later? No, it doesn't mean you can't do it later, but there is a societal expectation that you are going to college or university by the time you are 18, right? There are expectations that are, you're expected to be moved out of the house. And right now, what a lot of people are dealing with is that, like, the societal expectation and the results of, like, if you do this, then that doesn't match. It's a major societal issue. So I think it's very, very silly to disregard that those expectations absolutely fucking exist.
There's no rule book. There isn't.
That's why that why you keep touching people, because you don't think there's a rule book about what you are and are not allowed to do and what is and is not acceptable? You know what people usually find acceptable? If a toddler touches somebody inappropriately, like, I don't know, grabs somebody's boob or like grabs their ass or whatever. Toddlers are allowed to do that with like some minor reprimanding. You're in your 50s. Those rules exist. They are societal rules and expectations, and you are not allowed to do that shit after a specific age that it is considered no longer like, oh, haha, they just don't know any better. You are well beyond that age by multiplications of decades. Gross.
So many emails from fans over the years who say, you know, I'm getting ready to graduate college and I don't know what I'm going to do, and I should have known by now, and I should have, you know, I'm starting college and I should have picked a major, but I'm not sure what I want to do, or I just graduated and you know, I don't know what to do now and I should be further along. That's a lie. That's wrong.
I like how this dude is like, I'm not going to give you any actual advice. I'm just going to say that, like, you're wrong and that's not real. That's not helpful, dude. God, if you want life advice, go watch fucking Sesame Street, all right?
No, I should
You'll get more
be
substantial
here.
shit.
Every single person's journey is different. Yours is different from mine.
What did I tell you? He's just surface layer. He's just platitudes about that just turn into allegories about how great he is. The humble brag. Oh, all the fans ask me questions and everybody is so sad in their life.
Mine is different from others. Everybody, and I believe, and I know you know this, but I believe that God is in control of everything. I believe that he sees and understands and orchestrates the events of our lives.
Did he orchestrate you asking two twins for sex? Is that orchestrated by God? Was that a test that you just failed?
I believe that, and I didn't get this certain role, well, I guess he didn't want me to have it, did he? Or if I don't get this opportunity.
How arrogant do you have to be that you think God is going to be so involved in your life that he would move mountains and earth to make sure you got a role in an anime? Guys, he has the power of God and anime on his side. Oh, lovely.
I guess it wasn't part of his plan that I have it. So
that's a very toxic mentality to have too, especially if this is your answer to young people that are growing and are feeling despondent or discouraged in their career or in their education. It's just like, oh, well, God just didn't want you to do it anyway. Completely deflecting any kind of personal responsibility or personal growth in that young person. This is terrible, toxic advice. Because what happens if they take that advice, they take it to heart, and then they start applying it in other places? So if somebody takes this advice and then applies it to, like, an abusive relationship, I guess God just wanted me to be abused, right? Yuck. Gross. Ew. Don't take advice from this fucking predator. Take advice from Sesame Street. Sesame Street's gonna be your go-to. Go to Sesame Street. Go to the Muppets. Go to Sesame Street and learn all the life lessons you need from Jim Henson himself. Henson.
God opens doors at different times, at different ages, in different ways for everybody. The fact that I majored in film and minored in theater
at a Christian university after going to a Christian boarding school, all that has a whole lot of fucking problems around sexual abuse. Sorry, I'm just adding some needed context. I thought it was important.
In college, and then after college, I did 4 or 5 different jobs that had nothing to do with either of those fields.
Yeah, he was a deputy
cop. It never
cop.
really occurred to me, oh, I should be making this much by now, and I should be further along in my career now, and I shouldn't be doing this. It has nothing to do with my life's goal and my career. Never really occurred to me. And
see what I tell you turns into an allegory about how he's better than everybody else. I never had self-doubt in my life ever. That's a problem. You should probably see a psychologist about that, because that's not normal. That's definitely divergent from the norm. Most people experience self-doubt at some point in their life. The fact that you're just out here full-chested being like, I've never had self-doubt in my life ever, after, like, being kicked out of a community and in litigation for 5 years, this man is like, no, it never occurred to me. I never, as a teenager, I never had any self-doubt. Really? Are you serious? I don't believe you. No way. I do not believe this at all. Tell Elmo, how is that possible? So either you're lying and you've created a persona that is an idealized version of yourself that you present, which is just not true, right? You're presenting an idealized version of yourself of who you want to be and who you want people to believe that you are. Or you have an issue with it, like something in your psychology that is, I don't know, narcissism along there, that somewhere in that branch of psychology of, like, you've never felt self-doubt literally ever. We're back to the fucking, yeah, this is my Tim Cool cosplay. We talked about it earlier. Do you like it? I think it's very Tim Pooley. I think I did a good job. Anyway. This is the same thing as, like, I'm gonna say it again. This is medical advice. Go and talk to a professional the same way that shut up and get a lawyer is legal advice. Maybe go and talk to a professional. Don't go into your church's basement and go talk to the church counselor. Go and actually talk to a professional that isn't going to have a bias that might be problematic to your personal growth. Doesn't mean they're bad people. They have their place. Talk to a fucking professional. I gotta go bald. I gotta shave. I'm only half.
So many people now get tripped up by that. They think based on, I don't know, social media, which is just problem.
Didn't he say earlier that is forcing or pushing your opinions on other people isn't something you should be doing? And he's like giving out advice as if everybody should be believing in the same God he does? Whoops.
Or
not helpful for the ego.
Yeah. So you're not gonna. You often won't find a great deal of encouragement and support and uplifting on social media. It's usually the opposite. But whether it's
social media can be incredibly catered. Who do you follow? What do you do? And how do you interact? Vic Mignogna surrounds himself with toxicity. The reason he views social media as being incredibly toxic is because he surrounds himself with toxicity. Now, you can be being harassed, but that's an exception to the way that social media is intended and is supposed to work and should be the way the average person engages with social media. Now, don't get me wrong, that there is a lot of, like, outrage culture, right? But, like, your Nick Rakitas, like your Umbrella Guy, like your The Quartering, who fabricate fighting and arguments over, like, the woke culture wars. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And it's all designed and uplifted by algorithms to keep your attention glued to whatever you're at. And that's a different issue than what actual interactions you're engaging with on Twitter or on YouTube. If you want to watch only positive videos on YouTube, then do that. Engage with only positive videos on YouTube. Only engage with positive YouTube creators or Twitch creators. That's not me. I'm not one of those. I'm very critical, and I am very much about being like, this is bullshit and here is why. Right? But I'm not going to fabricate shit. I don't need to. Shit's awful. You know what I mean? Google Alexa, play Toxicity by System of a Down. Let's go.
Social media or whether it's family members.
Sorry, just to finish that off. That is just finish my thought. That is just him describing what his experience on social media is like. The reason his social media experience is like this is because that's what he engages with. He engages with toxic bullshit.
Or friends or anything that people watch and go, man, look how far along they are, and they're only 27, and I'm 29, and I've never done anything. Those are just numbers. They mean nothing. You know, I like you mentioned, I didn't start voice acting until I was in my late 30s.
He's just dismissing the issue.
And really, it didn't take off until early 40s. So I want to encourage you and everybody who watches or listens to this, don't beat yourself up. Don't be hard on yourself about what you've accomplished by a certain time, because what Theodore Roosevelt said. I do this daily devotional thing, and I came across a really interesting quote.
I do a daily devotional to Theodore Roosevelt. I know that's not what you meant. I know that's not what he meant. But that was very funny, like, hop from one thing to another. Remember what I said? Talks about a thing, dismisses it, brings up an allegory to talk about what a great person he is. He's so humble, guys. They literally talked about being humble earlier.
By former President Teddy Roosevelt. And it says, comparison is the thief of joy. The more you compare the more you look at other people and what they have or what they've done, and you compare yourself, it's not a recipe for joy. It's usually a recipe for depression or discouragement. Joy? And so don't compare yourself to other people. God's got a specific, particular journey for each of us.
You can compare yourself to other people. It's just a matter of being positive about it, right? There's nothing wrong with making personal comparisons and being like, hey, this person that I enjoy has this quality and I want to learn how to adopt that quality into my life or that habit in my life. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just a matter of doing it in a positive manner and not in a negative one. It's you compare yourself to others to try to make yourself better, not to make yourself feel worse, right? How come when I go to Reddit and watch people falling over, I feel better, right? Right? There's nothing like my favorite videos of all time is just like a toddler just falling over. Extra points of the video, the reason the toddler fell over is because there was an animal involved. It's so funny. It's so funny.
I wonder with a lot of with like the culture war stuff or the degradation of institutions, and you've said this before when it comes about why there's so much toxicity.
I swear to God, I did not know he was going to bring up the culture war.
In the entertainment industry. You made this point. I was listening to you on Curry Smith. You talked about the, coming, I'm just going to paraphrase what you were saying, but you said, coming from a divorced family, you felt like you were unworthy of love, and that this is a common thing that people in media and entertainment feel, especially artists.
Yes.
And
yes.
And that's why you thought that maybe cancel culture had the same catalyst.
Absolutely.
I think that might be right. Because I think even though you may not have the most solid beginning, your mom was definitely there for you. You seem like you've taken a lot of self-control and discipline, and then just a lot of insight from God. But I'm not sure many people have that. So they don't. So when they have these,
the one true prophet, Vic Mignogna. Wonderful. The question is, you're right, Vic. What the fuck?
Feelings, right? I'm angry about something, or I feel jealous. They don't have that part of them that says, well, let's put this in perspective, Peter. Let's look at the big picture.
I couldn't agree more.
I couldn't agree more with the thing I said. I'm great. One day I aspire. Now I'm comparing myself to Vic Mignogna. I aspire to this level of audacity. To just bold-faced be like, yeah, what a great point that I made.
What? I know people probably sometimes, here goes Vic talking about his faith again, religion, Vic and his religious fanatic. Yeah, well,
yeah, something about how you said earlier that it's not great to force that thing onto other people and force it down their throats, the thing you're about to do. Yeah, okay, go on, yeah. Yeah, the thing you mentioned earlier, I got it, I'm on board. I followed.
You know what? My faith and God's blessing and provision and guidance in my life has been essential. I can't imagine dealing with some of the things I've dealt with and not being able to depend on God. So I actually kind of...
See? Let me take this thing, turn it into an allegory to talk about how great I am. Here he goes again. Everything, whoop, 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 whoop. He just goes in circles.
Feel bad for people who don't have that. Because if they don't, they're kind of flying by the seat of their pants, right? They're kind of out there flapping in the wind, hoping for the best. You know what I mean? They're just trying to do it all themselves and trying to navigate these rough waters and
pissing into the wind.
Would my wish for everyone, my desire and prayer for everyone is that they find and embrace, I should say, embrace a relationship with their Creator.
Somebody please go and apply to the Catholic Church for Vic Mignogna to become a patron saint. I want there to be like a fucking shitty Catholic school called Saint Mignogna that nobody knows how to pronounce. Actually, I wonder if, since like it wasn't the school that he went to a Seventh-day Adventist. I don't think he'd be super keen on it being a Catholic school, I guess. Maybe that would be offensive, I don't know. I think it'd be funny.
If anyone even believes there's a God, it automatically necessitates that you respond to that knowledge, right? What do you do with that knowledge? That you
what
are
would
not,
Jesus do?
You are not an accident. You know what I mean? You didn't just crawl out of some primordial ooze. You're not a chimp with no hair that's evolved. You know what I mean? You are.
Somebody call Dapper. Let's go. We got anti-evolutionist creationist Vic Mignogna over here. Guys, evolution is not real. You're not an evolved monkey. You're not a hairless ape. You were not an accident. Yeah, tell that to the kids whose parents' condoms broke. Yeah, it's because, listen, it doesn't matter. Immaculate conception. We turn to monk. Praise the monkey. Praise be to our Lord and Savior Charles Darwin. Oh, good lord. Evolution of denialism from a conservative douche. Yeah, I never heard that before, right? Wacky. With a lot of weird sexual incidences, let's call it that. Weird sexual allegations. Wow. Wacky. Who'd have thought?
You didn't just crawl out of some primordial ooze.
I crawled out of a vagina. Primordial ooze. All life came from a rock. Can we get Kent Hovind and Vic Mignogna in a room together? Because Kent Hovind would eat this man alive, and it would just be two clashing egos, and Kent Hovind would just consume Vic Mignogna. I don't think Vic Mignogna has the wherewithal to handle somebody like Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind's too powerful.
Not a chimp with no hair that's evolved. You know what I mean? You are a creation of God, and you were, as the Bible says, fearfully and wonderfully made, and that God knew.
Ah, yes, the classic, God couldn't have had initiated nor steered evolution. He's not powerful enough. He had to create everything step by step by step.
Every hair of your head before you were even born. If you know that and embrace that, then you can trust that God has a plan for you. He's not aloof. He's not,
he's just
hanging
preaching
out in
now.
heaven, playing skittleball with the angels. He is actively interested in your life and my life and a relationship with us, and he'll guide us in those paths. And
do you think God picks favorites? Like, do you think, I mean, we know in the Bible he picks favorites, but do you think, like, when God's paying attention to everybody's lives, he's got some people who are like, man, your life is pretty based and boring. I like watching this life better. This is way more entertaining. And I like poking that guy over there because he just does really dumb shit every time. Why isn't the interviewer stepping in? Because the interviewer is busy with Vic's dick in his mouth. He can't do both. He's busy.
Give us direction. But you're right. I'm currently reading a book right now called Worthy. And it discusses that, and almost everybody, if not everybody, struggles with this question at some point. Sometimes they struggle with it when they're in their adolescent years, sometimes during their teenage years, obviously, where you're kind of coming into more self-awareness, more independence, and then even into adulthood. I think everybody struggles with it. And once again, how you respond to those feelings.
Is he saying everybody struggles with feeling like whether or not they're worthy of something? I mean, sure, part of that is a societal issue, though. As well as, hormones are wacky, but, like, society does a lot to, like, encourage strife. What does this have to do with a culture war again, by the way? That was the question.
Things is the most important thing. You know what I mean? What you do with those emotions. Nobody blames anybody for having emotions, right? Nobody can.
That is not true, but because that is definitely a thing that happens. It's usually actually part of toxic masculinity, where people, men and women, will shit on men for feeling feelings if that feeling is anything but engy. So no, there's lots of people that shit on other people for having emotions about things, especially on the internet. Like, if you are upset or something, it doesn't go well a lot of the time. But regardless, it's just, I get the point, but it's a silly statement.
Blame you for feeling something. But what you are accountable for is what you do with those feelings. If you allow those feelings to motivate you to do bad things, to do hurtful things to others, to undermine someone else's accomplishments, or, just because you want to feel more important, that's a recipe for disaster. So I think you're right. Everybody struggles at some point with that. Am I really worth being loved? Am I worthy of love? Am I worthy of friendship? Am I worthy, of being loved? And the answer is,
you know what? He was right. I am like, oh, here Vic goes again with his fucking preaching, fucking saying the most bare bones, basic, surface level shit, because it doesn't actually have any depth to him, because he's a phony jabroni.
Emphatically, yes, but everybody has to come to that conclusion for
I'm
themselves.
14 and this is deep.
This is a good beat to stay on. I know you're a ridiculously big Star Trek fan. I don't know how much you like. Yeah, ridiculously big.
Your new phone case. Star Trek continues.
Nice.
Hey, if he's such a big Star Trek fan, how come he doesn't go on to these types of shows and, like, debate and talk about Star Trek? Is it because Star Trek is way too philosophically complicated for Vic to actually speak on and not sound like a total fucking nerd? Because I feel like that's probably the case.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you're a big Next Gen fan or not. Have you seen Star Trek Picard?
You know what? That's a great question. I get that a lot. I was in college when Next Generation came out. And I was really excited before it came out. Like, when I heard there was going to be a new Star Trek series, I'm like, yes, this is awesome. Now, keep in mind, I am a child of the original series of Star Trek. Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, that's my jam. Next Generation came out roughly 15, almost 20 years after the original series. And I wanted to like it. I was completely open to just loving it. But it didn't resonate with me the way the original series did.
Was it because the original series is about a dude running around banging alien chicks, and the Next Generation was about, like, complicated philosophical politics and moral theory? Oh, brother, here we go.
None of the subsequent Star Trek series resonated with me the way the original did. Now,
Oh no, that's a really weird thing to do. I don't think you know. Oh no, I was right. Oh no, Star Trek got progressed. Oh no, whoops.
I'm a live and let live kind of person, Peter. If you were to say to me,
Yeah, we can tell by your appearance on Alex Stein and the fact that you decided to sue people that had an opinion that you didn't like.
oh man, Next Generation's my Star Trek. I am the last person on the earth to go, well, you need to be destroyed then. You know what I mean? Like, you're an idiot.
Is unfucking believable.
You're a loser. Star Trek, the original Star Trek's the only Star Trek. Live and let live, man. Everybody has a different Star Trek jam. Like the people that were born, or I should say were maybe in their adolescent years or teenage years when Next Generation.
The guy, he's not answering the question. The guy was asking him about the new Picard series. And he just went into an allegory, and now he's talking about how great he is.
Generation came out, Star Trek Next Generation's their Star Trek. And then the people that were kids or became fans when Voyager came out, Voyager's their Star Trek.
That's such a base level understanding that's just not even true. Sometimes people will watch a series, get hooked on a series, and then watch a different iteration and enjoy the new iteration or the new or new to them iteration than the one that they started with. Nostalgia doesn't paint literally everybody into a box. You're allowed to leave that box. This is absolutely absurd. Like, absurd.
Deep Space Nine is their Star Trek jam.
If something came out before you were young, you can't like it, right? You want to know what one of my favorite shows ever throughout my childhood and throughout I'll even go and watch it, turn around and watch it right the fuck now. It was a show that came out before I was born. It's called The A-Team. And you know what I also enjoyed? The shitty A-Team movie with Liam Neeson. I'm like this, I was so excited for that movie, and I'm like, this is gonna suck. And I went and I watched it, and I'm like, this is fucking great. It had the same type of goofy campiness. It wasn't perfect. It has issues. It's not really a very good movie, and I'm like, I fucking love this. Because I like things that aren't perfect and are flawed and have problems, because they're fun to watch. I love that kind of shit, especially if it's campy. Oh, give me all the camp in the world. Love it. Love every second of it. Star Trek, you know what? Never mind. Forget it. Doesn't matter. The point is, I like the A-Team, man. And it was on, Teletoon Retro or some, retro fucking TV channel. I fucking love it. The A-Team where nobody died, not even the baddie henchman. I love it when a plan comes together. Oh, fuck. I loved Murdoch. Was my favorite character. I love the hell out of him. You know what he was on? Star Trek. He's Lieutenant Broccoli. Yeah, that's right. He was also in the Helsing movie with Hugh Jackman. He's the voice of Jekyll and Hyde. He's the voice of Hyde. Fuck yeah. Actually, you know what? After this, I'm gonna go watch that fucking movie.
Jam. Enterprise is their jam. And now, 30 years later, Strange New Worlds is some people's Star Trek jam. Star Trek Discovery is some people's first introduction, and that's their primary love of Star Trek.
And some people don't like Star Trek at all, and some people prefer, instead of we are the Federation and we can't interact, some people prefer, we've come to a new world, your gods are fake, here's some guns, and would rather watch Stargate. Whatever.
Again,
some people are unreasonably horny and would rather watch Lex, and sometimes everybody's wrong and everybody should actually be watching Farscape.
People should be allowed to enjoy what they enjoy, and leave it at that. You know, there's a phrase in Star Trek that Mr. Spock coined. I don't know if you know this or not, but he had this amulet that he wore occasionally. It was like a pyramid, and he would wear it, and it stood for IDIC, IDIC. IDIC means, do you know? You look like you know. Do you know?
You're gonna have to say it. I'm sorry. It feels familiar.
That's fine. IDIC means, listen to this, and
before he does that, I just want to click back for a second. There's a giant Darth Vader in this guy's background. I just want to be clear. If you want to talk about, like, fandoms that, like, clash, or, you know, they don't clash as much anymore, I don't believe. It doesn't seem to be as, like, caustic and toxic of a fan base war as it used to be. But you talk about Star Wars, and that's a giant Darth Vader in the background. just want to point that out. Speaking of, by the way, there's also, like, a lot of Pokemon shit in his background. There's a Baby Yoda, but there's a bunch of Pokemon in his background. This is like being like, hey, what's that thing? You know, all this DC information. And you look at the top, and he's got a fucking Iron Man plushie thing. And I'm not gonna gatekeep. I'm just making a joke, like, not being serious, but it's kind of funny. Oh, I don't like evolution. Evolution's fake. Well, there's a seal and a Poliwrath and Poliwhirl. That's a Poliwhirl. A seal and a Poliwhirl and a Pikachu bag.
I'm sorry. It feels familiar.
That's fine. IDIC means, listen to this, and everybody listen to this. Our world would be an infinitely better place if people adopted this. Infinite diversity in infinite combinations.
Then stop going on shows like Alex Stein and shitting on trans people, you fucking douchebag. You should follow the edict then, you fucking hypocrite. You don't even try. You're fucking making racist jokes, shitting on trans people because they're trans, and dunking on science. Some fucking Star Trek fan. Very logical, okay.
Whenever I see
You're
Star
a
Trek
fraud.
fans trashing people or slandering people or causing
That's
trouble, I think to
you.
myself, did you ever even watch Star Trek? Do you not even understand?
Did you not watch Star Trek? Did you not understand the edict that you just said? Was that you?
Or slandering people or causing trouble, I think to myself, did you ever even watch Star Trek? Do you not even understand what the foundational philosophy of Star Trek was?
Did you? Do you?
The whole foundation of Star Trek is that humankind, at some point in the future, put aside our petty little differences and our petty little selfishness and greed and opinions, and came together as a unified human race and ventured out into space to make friends and to explore the galaxy. That.
So you're just a hypocrite. You're like, oh, well, that happens in the future, so I'm allowed to be shitty right now? You're literally calling people who don't follow the philosophy of Star Trek fake Star Trek fans. You can be a fan of something and not agree with it. You could be a fan of something and not adopt and live your entire life based on that thing. Duh. Why? Like, that's shallow and obsessive. In his case, it's hypocritical. It's fake. He's a fraud. He's not even by his own description, he's not a real Star Trek fan. As he's sitting here lording other people, gatekeeping being a fan of Star Trek and being like, we should just accept everybody and their opinions. Meanwhile, he's pontificating his opinion that you're not a real fan if you don't agree with him. And calling them names and accusing them of doing shit. What a piece of shit.
Is what Star Trek is all about. And it will never happen as long as our world is full of people who demand that you agree with them, and demand that they're right and you're wrong, and demand that they're good and you're evil. and demand that you must be destroyed if you don't go along with their opinion.
That is literally the way you treat trans people, dude. That is literally the way you behaved when you went to court. Idiot.
Infinite diversity.
There's a fucking rumor going around that you were talking about hiring a hitman to take out Mars Girl. Like, what do you fucking even mean, what a piece of shit. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking for real, dude? Unbelievable. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. We've been live for like 2 hours 15. We're halfway through this, give or take, by a couple of minutes. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some more tea. What a fucking Goomba. Let me find something to put on while we take a break. Hold on. Do 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 do. Yeah, let's put another Vic video on so you can see like how recently he's literally going against that fucking thing that he's on about. Here you go. Enjoy. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. What a fucking weirdo. What a fucking gross little... What a small, tiny little man. Ugh.
Ego, money.
Okay. Is he crying? Is that what that is? Is he fake crying? Dude, are people buying this? Is this real? Are you serious right now?
When I started in this industry a long time ago, and I started around the same time with people like Monica, Chris, Sabat, and Sean Schimmel, and Greg Ayers, and Chris Patton, and a lot of us started around the same time. Over the last 6 or 7 years, the industry has become dominated by slimeballs, dishonesty, backstabbing, broken promises, fake friends, slander, ego, money, self-serving agendas, corporate greed. It's no longer an industry that I wish to be a part of.
Oh, boo-hoo! Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin.
As if you were allowed to be a part of it anymore anyway. You got kicked out for being a slime ball, a self-serving backstabber. So the tweet on this was like kind of funny just because, well, friends, we are back here again. Vic is sensing that someone in his sphere is getting some attention, has crashed back into the spotlight to remind everyone that he was canceled 5.5 years ago because Vic Mignogna can't let it go. Oh my god, this man is unbelievable. Unfucking believable, this dude. Like, then what if you don't want to be a part of it anymore, why are you complaining? Bro, please. You have done nothing but make it worse for yourself for the past 5 years. Stop. And it gets better, right? Screamy Broccoli Man tells Alex in confidence that he's hired a crisis PR team who told him not to talk publicly about how much he feels like Nick Rakita ruined his life. And Alex just spills absolutely everything he told him on a live stream. So you remember yesterday we talked about how Vic Mignogna was supposed to do Vic Mignogna tells all about the truth about Nick Rakita. And most people have been critical, myself included, that Nick Rikita's influence and handling of Vic Mignogna's situation with that GoFundMe and the money pressure was like, if Vic wanted to go after anybody, it should be like that Ty Beard, who was the Nick's friend, who was hired with that GoFundMe money to represent Vic, who was not a defamation lawyer in his defamation cases that they encouraged him to file via this money, etc., etc., etc. Don't listen to YouTube lawyers. That he should go after them for potentially like botching his case, if that was a legal route he could possibly take, and he should probably stop going after the people he sued because they're not the ones who screwed up his case, right? Anyway, clearly he's not doing that. As you can see, he's still naming those people as if they've done anything. Sure, whatever. He was supposed to show up on Alex Stein to be like, oh, he tells the truth. And Alex was like, well, Nick Rikita, blah, 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 right? Which we watched yesterday. But now this is something a little bit different. So check this shit.
So let's lighten it up a bit. Let's talk about Vic. You had Vic scheduled on your show yesterday. What happened?
Well, it was an epic fumble, but really, Vic is a friend of mine, and Vic actually wanted to come on the show. He actually called me when things were just first starting to happen. He didn't realize how bad they were, right? They didn't have, like, their police reports and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then once he realized the neglect stuff, Vic told me that Nick reached out to him. Nick has reached out to him, and Nick has been nice to him in text. And I'm like, Vic and I start to have this basically a friendly argument, because I'm friends with Vic. Like, he lives in the Metroplex. I've hung out with him a few times. He's been on my show.
So one thing that I want to point out here that Alex is admitting here is that Vic and Alex were planning on being opportunists in this Rikita law situation. So some bad shit happened to Rikita, so they wanted to make streams about it and like do a reveal all to take advantage of the clicks and views and the notoriety around it to, you know, for attention. You know, something about backstabbing and bringing people down for their own agendas and like just for some clout, just for some attention. Anyway, Vic is the problem that he likes to describe, but I digress. I'll stop with that for now. I start ironically using that word raw incorrectly until I start using it incorrectly unironically by accident.
Show a bunch. Like, he's actually a pretty laid back, nice guy. But Nick has manipulated this guy because he's a voice actor. Nick is a little theater kid, you know, for lack of a better word. And I mean that with all due respect. I'm just saying he's an artist guy. He doesn't know legality or whatever. And like, let's be real with Vic. He probably did flirt with these girls, but he would never do. He's one of the most professional guys I know. What he was accused of was not as bad as they were, but he was so dumb to take legal advice from a crackhead like Nick that raised a GoFundMe for him that he had no control of, where now that, yes, his legal fees were taken care of the first time, but he still owes over hundreds of thousands of dollars in restitution for their legal fees. So it was just a big fuck up that any normal attorney would have half a brain would probably tell him not to do it and just move on with your career. Try not to make it a bigger deal than it already is, because that's just how cancel culture works. People forget.
If people forget and move on, then it's not cancel culture, is it? Really? You're saying the quiet part out loud at that point. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? Like, if it's cancel culture and you're truly getting canceled, then people being like, hey, this is a problem, and if you stop doing that thing and continue on with your career, people will forget about it and ostensibly forgive you for that thing, meaning that you're not getting canceled at all. That's not... Mm. 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 Don't listen. I mean, I agree with Alex about this, quite frankly. I also believe that Nick Rikita fucked over Vic Mignogna. Like, I don't think it was solid legal advice. I don't think they hired a good lawyer for it. I think his case was fumbled, is a nice way to put it. I think it was absolutely botched, in my humble opinion. Right. As not a legal expert, as also an artsy-fartsy artist person who, I'm not going to know anything about law or business. What do you mean? I also think that there was, like, it's not like Vic didn't benefit from Rikita as well, by the way. Just because they botched the case, it doesn't mean that Nick Rikita didn't get Vic and his situation a lot of attention and get a lot of money for Vic. So they were ostensibly using each other, and it just ended up not working out at all in Vic's favor because of how badly the case was botched. If Vic was smarter, then he probably could have finagled it and utilized it to his favor more than he did, but he would need a PR person to do that, and he hasn't got one, unless he does now. If he has one now, then maybe he can do something about it, but if he has one now and then immediately goes and starts doing streams bitching about being cancelled, when the dude has a platform and a good number of fans, that if this one is the video that goes live on the channel, will have at least 1 or 2 Vic Mignogna fans down in the comment section.
Get about this crap, right? And because of Nick, he feels burned, but Vic thinks that he can just get off scot-free by just trying to avoid it. And I'm like, dude, you have to disavow, because when you Google Vic and Vic Mignogna and Nick Rekieta, there's pictures of them on the beach hugging. There's pictures of them drinking and smoking cigars. People are going to associate, like Vic's having a panic attack because now his name's constantly getting dragged in the mud by Steel Toe. I'm bringing it up, but I'm trying to defend Vic. But now he's getting dragged into it. Vic does not like that. He's hired a crisis management team to try to help him deal with this. That's how bad Vic is feeling about all this.
All right. So I actually agree with Alex Stein, and I don't like that. He's right. He's right that Vic needs to figure out what and how he wants to deal with this Rekieta law situation, because they are shown to be and believed to be publicly very close-knit, very established to be known together. But it's not the type of deal that I think Alex is describing. I think Alex Stein has a habit of performative sensationalization. Like, he's sensationalizing, like, that association. It's not really that hard to be like, yeah, I didn't know about a lot of this at the time. I really hope the guy gets some help. If he comes to talk to me about it or whatever, I'm gonna be as nice to him as possible and help him get that help, and I hope he gets the help that he, like, it's not that hard to make that kind of a statement, right? It's not that hard to distance yourself from something like that. So, like, the fact that Alex is like blowing it up as if it's that difficult to do, it's not. You just have to, be honest. And, like, now that we know that also Vic and Rekieta were talking now in the background and getting along, and that's basically the reason why Vic never spoke out about Rekieta, and then was going to as soon as shit hit the fan, and then changed his mind, is like, so who's the backstabber in the industry, Vic? Look, what? That's you? You're describing yourself? I mean, I guess he backed out at the last minute for now, but has hired a PR crisis team. I doubt it. I doubt that's true. At least not as the way Alex is describing it. I think that's either sensationalized or Vic is just lying to Alex, which wouldn't surprise me either. Like, I can tell you how to fix Vic's reputation really quick if you really want to know. And he has a really good opportunity he could take right this very second, and do it. Particularly with how, like, much of a problem this whole Rekieta thing is going to be, right? If you're a fan of Vic Mignogna and you see this is actual real PR advice. Shut the fuck up. Go away. Go away. Don't live stream. Don't make posts. You can make, like, a generalized statement of, like, hey, all this stuff going on with Nick Rekieta and our history has really hit me very hard, and I need to take some time to reflect and kind of see where I stand on some things, and this has like some generalized statement like that, and then just take a break. Just take a break from social media, go away, focus on your projects, do some charity work with your racist church or whatever the fuck. Go do something, go teach a course in voice acting or something somewhere, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, just chill for, like, a year or 3. I would probably say minimum 3 years. Shut the fuck up. Then start up social media again and be like, hey, I'm coming back to social media. This is my new account. Follow me here for blah and whatever it is he wants to do. If he wants to do voice acting advice, if he wants to do hangouts with fans, if he wants to do commentary, like, I mean, if I had to really advise him as a career move, he should probably move into political punditry. If I wanted to give him a real career advice to make money, he should move into start moving himself into the right-wing sphere, and start moving into that, do a little bit of what Kevin Sorbo's doing, but one, do it better, and two, do it on in a podcast format. That's what I would tell him to do. Not that I ever advise anybody be a right-wing grifter, but he's a right-wing guy. Just go do it. Just go do it. Just go start your thing and then join the Daily Wire. That's what he should do. That's his, unless he's actually going to change who do some real self-reflection and actually understand the criticisms around him. Unless he's actually going to make very real life changes and have very real revelations about who he is as a person, he should go into right-wing political grifting. That would be the best career move for Vic Mignogna. As someone who used to hang in that sphere, he would likely make some splash, especially with electrons. Oh, elections coming up. Yeah, electrons. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Elections. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. He could do a very, very good job. As a matter of fact, especially if he waits 3 years, if he doesn't show up for 3 years, he will have, if he waits for 3 years, then kind of establishes himself doing a podcast for 1 year after he gets back, and then shifts his podcast into political punditry as the next set of elections come up, because by the next set of elections, you probably won't have to deal with Trump, and not having to deal with Trump is probably going to be the best avoidance he could do for that grift, because having to jump right into Trump is going to be eesh. So if he takes 3 years off, jumps into doing just do a podcast, just a normal chatty podcast, and then shift it into talking about the political sphere more and more, and then as the election comes, and you use part of the election coming up as the reason why, because it's it's an important thing, we have to talk about the election, and then get an appearance on Tim Pool and blah blah blah, and talk to Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson will absolutely have him on to have a conversation about oh, the left woke media canceled this man because he was a Christian and made all these fake Me Too accusations. Yeah, he's got it's in the bag. The trail writes itself. It's not even hard. It would be so easy. And it's not like he has to fake the belief either. He's already shown that he's racist and transphobic. Right? That's not, he's a bigot, so it's not like he has to try that hard. He's anti-science. He thinks evolution is fake. He would have such an easy time just sliding right in there. Isn't it scary? Is it scary to with how easy their grift is? And Vic Mignogna is perfect for it. He's straight in line. All he needs to do is take a little bit of a break. Honestly, if he wanted to do the right-wing grift, he wouldn't even need to take as much of a, he wouldn't even have to go for 3 years. He could probably take a break for 2. And it's not like he's doing a whole lot with his channels or with his thing. All he's doing is sitting around bitching. It's not really getting him anywhere. He's at least spinning his wheels. So, taking a break will actually, build up some tension for people. And a lot of his fans who are fans of him right now are diehard fans anyway, because they've still been fans with him through this entire experience. So because they don't care what he does or doesn't do, they just like him because he's Vic Mignogna. So it's not like those people are going to go anywhere. When he comes back, they'll be there, right? So it's so easy. It's so easy. Wow, what a great point I just made. I agree with that fully. Psychoanalyze mine if you want. Get the fuck out of here, you wacko. I would celebrate a spider monkey on acid. Oh, excuse me, what? Tripping balls! The fuck kind of analogy? What? Oh god, that's I like. You know what? We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay, let's get our double thing going on. There we go. Wah, 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 wah. All right, you guys ready? No, fair. No. Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's dive back into this. I don't really have anything to add to this. What was he talking about? Having infinite diversity, but nobody has opinions. It's very silly to say that Star Trek didn't present that there were still lots of people with lots of opinions, which was really very much a part of the Next Generation. It was very, like, Picard having opinions was kind of, like, part of the crux of the show. There's also, like, that whole episode where they go and have, like, a debate, like a formal, like, adjudicated debate about whether or not Data counts as a person. And, like, which was also kind of wacky because Riker was the one who had to explain how Data was not a person, which put, like, a whole, like, moral quandary about, like, trying to put your biases aside and, like, maybe, like, to approach a problem to find a resolution. But that would include, like it's very silly. It's very silly. Then again, I guess he didn't really like the Next Generation. I wonder why. Alright.
Infinite combinations. Let people be themselves. Let them love what they love. Now,
But,
caveat. Don't force it down other people's throat.
Uh-huh.
That's where it's wrong. That's where you've taken it too far.
You mean like refusing to call somebody by the name they choose to be called by, or refusing to respect other people's pronouns, so you force your ideology onto them?
And so that is my encouragement along those lines. You know, I'm not a big fan of some of the subsequent series of Star Trek, but I certainly don't trash people that are. And I certainly understand that they're in love with whatever.
You just spent like 10 minutes pontificating about how, like, you're putting people in a box based on their age of what Star Trek came out when they were born. What a goofy thing this is. What a goofy string of thought.
Incarnation of Star Trek, you know, was on when they first discovered it. And that's fine.
See?
Absolutely fine.
No such thing as reruns.
Feel like geeks, nerds.
Which, by the way, is almost completely non-applicable nowadays because you have access to all of them through the internet. You can start with whatever one you want.
Every point are kind of in a weird place right now because it feels like so many people just kind of want to be. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this. Kind of want to be upset or kind of want things to be bad or angry.
Outrage culture.
Like, for instance, I recently reviewed a game for the channel. I enjoyed it a lot. It came out. The game had some translation issues, so there were problems. And then so much of the stuff sent my way, like Twitter DMs, I'm getting emails, or like, how could you possibly like this game? How could you
I want to point out real quick something that Hawkskull said in the chat because I think it's very applicable. Also, the entire cast of the Next Generation have proven themselves to be incredibly progressive and thoroughly lovely people. Yep, this is true.
possibly defend it? And I was like, look, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with some of the choices they made creatively, but I enjoyed it. And I see so many people, like, if it's
Which
flawed
game?
or they feel it's a little bit woke or
There it is, if it's a little bit woke. Which game was it? Made a video, reviewed a video game, right before this Wokeness Sweet Baby Inc. Gamergate 2.0. canceled Doctor Who writer. Second coming of Gamergate history explained. What game were you talking about? This one? Sudoku? This one? Oh, God. Alright. Internet's most controversial comedian. I'm assuming it's this one. Alright, well, I'm not gonna watch that right now, but you got trolled for it? Okay.
It doesn't quite fit. Even if it's largely aimed for them, like there's the X-Men 97 show. And I feel
Suikoden?
This is obviously probably a coping mechanism because we were under attack so long in the culture. But I feel like
What? Up yours, woke moralists.
People need to kind of like relearn how to like be patient and try to enjoy things again, and sift the chaff from the wheat. See the.
It's a grift. They make money on the outrage. You can literally see it in your view count. Are you really?
Value that's there. That, by the way, that's not how that biblical phrase is used whatsoever.
Fucking ignorance.
Maybe it's just a muscle that we've atrophied, right? Because it used to be that way. Obviously geeks have argued over stupid stuff since the beginning of time, but it feels like so often people just want to be mad, even on, for lack of a better term, our side. I don't see that being very helpful.
Oh, no, it's not. And it takes me back to something I said early on in our conversation. Misery loves company. That's your answer.
That pause where he's just like, yeah, people are gonna be like, oh, they gotta process how big-brained the thing I just said was. Yeah, okay.
The people that spout this kind of negativity, Peter, are not happy people.
You mean like the quartering?
It's that simple. They are not content in and of themselves. And rather than spending the time to better themselves, for whatever reason that none of us can understand,
and like Candace Owens,
put their energy.
You mean Vic right now? Yeah.
Other people, and putting down other people, and challenging other people. I don't really know.
Why would you slip challenging in there? There's nothing wrong with challenging somebody on their idea or what they're saying. What? How do you think we advance or grow and learn as people? It's by questioning and challenging each other and ourselves. There's just ways to do it that are more or less toxic.
What they think will come from that, I mean, putting me down doesn't make you any better, does it? And
Well, yeah, that's just whataboutism. Like, just because I can call you out, it doesn't make me a good person. You have to judge me based on the actions that I'm taking. Some people might think I am a good person for talking about Vic Mignogna and being critical of the things that he's saying, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be good in other areas, right? Like, you have to understand that people are complicated and unique and have different things that they're good at and different things that they're bad at. I mean, I talk about this regularly. As much as I'm sitting here being like, then don't be a dick to trans people, I'm not somebody who is good at being supportive of the trans community. I acknowledge that. And so my way of supporting the trans community is calling out bigotry. I'm just not very good at being like the person who's like, hey, here's some optimistic words. Here's some support, like, financially. Here's, like, I'm not good at that. The thing that I'm good at is shitting on people like this. And giving other people the tools to learn how to recognize bullshit when they smell it. Right? Can I help you? Would you like a boop on your snoot? Come here. Nice, you're very cute. You want me to open the door for you? Okay. Go on, Vic. What were you saying?
That's the irony. Putting you down doesn't make me... Dragging you down doesn't make me any higher. Another way somebody said it was, putting out your light will not make mine shine any brighter.
But it will appear to have been, it'll appear to be brighter because it'll be the only light there. If there's only one light in darkness, that light, no matter like its wattage or its like output, is going to look a lot brighter than if you compare it to another light put beside it, obviously. So that would be why you would that, like, this is a shitty analogy. This is a dumb analogy. Your analogy is dumb and you should feel dumb for presenting it. That was really stupid. Can confirm of over a decade of knowing her, Chesh is not a good person. She is a good goblin. I'll take that. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna pin it on my wall.
You know, so I'm not really sure what they hope to get from it. Like, you know what and maybe I'm kind of snarky this way, but if I had been you
analogy.
And you made the game comment, right? And you did the critique on the game, the whatever, the recap on the game, and you got these messages from people saying, I can't believe you didn't like this game. You know what I would have written back? What do you care?
Yeah.
How is this any of your business? You know what I mean? Like, what difference does it make to you in your life that I don't like a game that you like? You know what I mean? There it is again. It's a perfect example of, it's not enough that I have to have an opinion. You have to have my opinion too. Why? Because it makes me feel validated.
I agree. I just think it's one of these things our culture right now it doesn't see.
Different people are. Ow! I kicked my desk. Fuck. Motherfucker, thanks for checking on me, Puck. Fucking ow! Alright. Not all criticism is equal, though, right? Criticism of certain people who have different levels of knowledge in a topic is going to be more or less value to the person that they're critiquing, right? And critiquing doesn't always have to be positive, it's a critique. Constructive criticism is great, and it's fantastic, and if you can get it, more power to you. But not all of it has to be that way, right? And I'm gonna have a bruise. Ooh, I'm gonna feel that one later. There's if you're allowed to voice your opinion and you have a comment section, you have a YouTube channel, and you are putting your opinion out and making an argument for it, it completely throws out anything Vic just said. Then why are you posting it? If you just want to pontificate and you just want to preach, then go do that somewhere. Doing that online is going to breed conversation. You're engaging in conversation. So if you engage in conversation, people who aren't going to agree with you are going to come at you, and some of those people will be honest interlocutors, and some of them won't. And then it's just a matter of building up your tolerance and or building up your own community and how you want that community to be. So everything that he just said is completely non-applicable as soon as you either hit go live or you publish it online. As soon as you hit that publish button. If you keep your opinion to yourself or you like write it in a diary and you don't show it to anybody, then yeah, have your opinion. Nobody's telling you can't have an opinion. People are saying they disagree with you, and here's why. You can critique somebody's actions and not their entire personhood. Yeah, you can critique somebody's opinion without attacking them personally, right? You can critique somebody's fashion without attacking them personally. You can say somebody's ugly, and that's kind of starting to get personal. You know what I mean? Like, there's a line there. It's, right? Because they're not really going to be able to change you can change what you're wearing. You can't change your face. Not without a lot of money.
Seem to like make being positive or enjoying things or building very easy.
Being positive takes more work, Peter. Being positive takes more work and more conscious effort because it is in our nature to
That's why I don't do
it. It's in our nature to want to find fault and to be selfish and self-centered, to think our opinion is more important than anyone else's.
That's a pretty bold statement on to just state that the nature of humanity is selfish. That's a very, like, large philosophical question. We live in a society and we require other people for society to function and to be able to function as individuals. So that whether or not you believe in evolution from like a biological standpoint, do you believe in evolution from a societal standpoint? Because cities and people and groups change and evolve over time, right? And that doesn't mean they always inherently get better. Sometimes they get worse, right? A society can get, like, evolve in a direction that is worse for members of that society, right? I.e., abortion rights, right? That abortion rights being removed from people is ostensibly worse for some individuals within that group, right? So, to try to make, again, it's just platitudes. It's just surface level bullshit into an allegory, into talking about how great he is. Right? It's a very big topic to try to talk about what is the nature of humanity. And your fucking little flippant bullshit is offensive. We'll put it that way.
That kind of thing, you know? We see that played out all over the place. Now, what's really unfortunate is those people social media has given them a platform. I mean, think about it. Before social media, I may have a very strong opinion about something, and how many people are going to know what my opinion of that is?
Not many.
Just my inner circle, right? The people that I hang out with, the people that I may...
Depends. Where and when did you say it, and who are you? Are you somebody that has a platform? Are you somebody who works in news? Are you somebody who is a celebrity? And you said it in an interview? Like, it's contextual. It depends.
May work with, whatever. But social media has completely changed the playing field.
You know you can choose to not post on social media, right? You know you can just not. You don't have to post every single fucking dumb thing that goes through your head. That's a conscious choice. You have to type it out. You have to open the app, type it out, and then hit post. That's at least 3 decisions. It's not like you're required. What do you mean?
Social media now allows anybody, no matter how mentally or emotionally challenged they may be, to hop on their computer.
That is an unfortunate way to phrase that, my friend. Guys, people who have developmental issues shouldn't be allowed on social media. Really? You, shouldn't have their thoughts or voices heard amongst the masses? So, Vic Mignogna doesn't believe in free speech. Okay. Weird. Is the interviewer gonna push back on that one at all?
And spew whatever comes to their mind. And for the most part...
Yeah, but literally anybody can spew whatever comes to their mind. It doesn't matter whether they're mentally challenged or not, Vic. You're allowed to do it. And?
Everyone is powerless to do anything about that.
That's not true.
Oh, that's free speech.
Just because you lost your court case for defamation because you made poor decisions and fucked it up does not mean that there are no repercussions. Harassment, hate speech, losing an account, losing your YouTube channel, getting demonetized on YouTube, looking at you fresh and fit. There's lots of ways that you can be limited in what you are and are not allowed to say. Now, don't get me wrong, there are problems with the system, i.e. it is incredibly expensive to defend yourself. Just look at the fucking Steve and Aaron and Veda legality shit going on. But there is legality going on. Just because Aaron is ignoring the fucking court orders doesn't mean the court orders don't exist. It doesn't mean that there won't inherently be consequences for ignoring those court orders, right? So just because it's slow doesn't mean it's not happening, right? Same with like Kyle in Non Sequitur Show. Kyle absconded with money, took the channel. Steve sued him, got the channel back. It took a long time. He ended up driving it immediately fucking into the ground, but that's neither here nor there, right? The consequences stand. Kyle ended up taking stints in jail over something he ostensibly otherwise wouldn't have taken stints in jail over for trying to dodge legal shit. Like, so you absolutely cannot just say and do whatever you want and there will be zero consequences. It might take time, and those consequences might not be like immediate or necessarily even fully satisfactory for everybody or for Vic, but it doesn't just, you fucking up doesn't mean that there aren't consequences for other people in scenarios where it's appropriate. So this is just ostensibly not true. This is just Vic being selfish.
Oh, great. Okay, well, let's just free speech ourselves into the toilet. I don't think it's ever going to get...
He doesn't believe in free speech, see? I tell you, he doesn't believe in free speech. Only people he thinks should say things. He's the arbiter. Right? He doesn't believe in free speech. So he thinks that only people with elite positions should be able to have an opinion or talk about things, right? Because that would be like your newspaper. On the other hand, there's something called the paradox of tolerance, and it means if you're tolerant of everything, the intolerant will take over the space, and then nothing will be tolerated, right? If you're interested, go look it up. Maybe I'll talk about it in a greater detail another time. And that's ostensibly what Vic is talking about, but he's too stupid to know what the fuck he's talking about because he's a basic bitch. He is too surface level. He's shallow, so he doesn't understand these things. If you want to talk about, or even ostensibly know about them, the paradox of tolerance in this case, he's saying that we just tolerate everything, so everything's going to go to shit. But we don't. That's what he's complaining about with cancel culture. So he's saying that the thing that he's complaining about doesn't exist, but does exist. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. These are contradictory statements. He can't be a victim of cancel culture and say that everybody's allowed to say and do whatever they want with zero consequences at the same time. Those are contradictory. Right? Because he's the one, but he doesn't view it that way because he's the one facing consequences and he lives in a fucking bubble. An idiot bubble. A very dumb bubble. It's a bubble of stupid. Yes, you can't tolerate intolerance. Right. So, like, the reason why society ought not to tolerate, Nazi ideology or fascism is because they're both inherently intolerant. And so because they are intolerant, you ought, in a tolerant society, you choose not, you exclude, you make exceptions for things that are inherently intolerant. Vic is intolerant, and so he is not tolerated. That's how it works. It's called the paradox of tolerance. I definitely recommend going and checking it out. You could probably Google it and find some papers on it. Don't forget to use that UMD14 extension or addition to Chrome or to a Google search to get rid of additional ads and AI bullshit. If you decide to go looking it up, your search results will be better.
Any better. I hate to say that may sound kind of cryptic, but you said something about, I wonder, when we'll get back to...
I don't believe in free speech isn't cryptic.
Being more positive and more encouraging. I don't know that that's going to happen.
Because he's sitting here being discouraging for people who don't agree with him. Very funny.
Like I said, I'm sorry, but I think this is how I feel. I kind of feel like that train has left the station. You know what I mean? Like the course has been charted. The course has been selected. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's been chosen. And with every passing day, Look at this garbage that's happening.
Yeah, people decided to accept other people and treat them like humans. What a shame.
Happening on university campuses, bro.
It's intense.
I'm sorry. Why are...
Oh no. Uh-oh. Is this gonna turn into Israel versus Palestine? This is him complaining about university students protesting. Because university students shouldn't be allowed to protest at their own university now? So protesting, it should only be legal for certain people now too? You don't believe in free speech? You don't believe in, like, the freedom to protest either? You sound kind of anti-American, Vic. This is some pretty anti-American propaganda. When was the last time you visited Russia? I'm curious.
And I mean, it's been chosen. And with every passing day, look at this garbage that's happening on university campuses, bro.
It's intense.
I'm sorry. Why aren't these children being arrested? They're destroying property that isn't theirs. I don't know about you, but that's called breaking the law, right?
Arrest children! Arrest children on behalf of the property! Who will think of the building? How does the building feel about it? Children should go to jail for having opinions. Vic is the type of person who'd be like, how dare these people protest for their human rights by marching because they're, like, I bet you he's anti-Black Lives Matter. I bet you he's anti, like, he would be anti, like, he'd be pro-slavery. He'd be like, look at these slaves, think they're breaking property. He would use a slur. He would, if he could get away with it. If he thought he could get away with it, he'd drop an N-bomb. he'd be out there, like, being like, no, how dare these black people think that they can go to schools? They're damaging the property by existing. This man doesn't realize that there were riots during that there were riots during women's suffrage. This guy, I bet you, would be, like, pro the monarchy in France, being like, oh, look at the peasants wanting food. But, Chesh, we can't have unisex bathrooms or change their design because the architecture is old. Guys, we need to imprison children, according to Vic Magnano. What a fucking hot take. Oh, God. You know what's really funny? So, the twins that he solicited for sex, right? They were in their early 20s. The same age as the people who are protesting, who are university students, who are, on average, 20, like in early 20s, right? So, for protesting, they're children. To fuck them, they're adults. God, you're such a fucking creep. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Oh, God.
Hey, they're taking over buildings that don't belong to them.
Soliciting sex. They pay for those buildings, by the way. Those buildings are paid for by those university students, so, you know, whatever. But again, property over people, because that's the logical thing, right? That's the thing that is, everybody should be allowed to live and let live. That, like, the property is very Star Trek. Property is worth more than people are. Children should be arrested because they shouldn't have the right to protest. You want to talk about breaking the law? Soliciting people for incestuous sex is not legal.
They're injuring and attacking innocent people simply because of their heritage. All of those things are not only morally...
Bitch, where? What the fuck are you talking about? The police brutalized those protesters. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wrong. They're against the law. And guess what? The people that are supposed to be in authority are doing nothing.
The students that were protesting Israel versus Palestine were attacked by the police, you dipshit. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking what protest at universities are you talking about that happened about 3 weeks ago? You talking about something different? What the fuck are you talking about? See, I told you he should go into right-wing grifting. What'd I tell you? Misrepresenting facts, making wild accusations, being specifically not specific. This was an edited video. They left this in.
You want a surefire way to encourage people to continue to break the law and to continue to vandalize?
Do you think he knows that Israel's breaking international laws? Nah, he's too dumb for that.
And to attack others and all of that? Here's how you do it. Don't hold them accountable.
Send children to jail. What a fucking goomba. Gross. Anti-free speech, pro-militarized state, or like police state, pro-fascism, anti-free speech, Vic Magnano over here. Pro-sex with people he described as children. God, no wonder people call this guy a pedophile.
Don't arrest them or apply the law to them. And then they're going to think, oh, well, I got away with it. And 1,000 other people.
You do know that the people who were part of January 6th have been arrested and there's been consequences for that, right? You know, people who broke and entered and broke the law. If they edited it so that there was nothing stupid or controversial said, the video would have been 15 seconds long, and that's being generous. They need the watch time. Savagery. It would just be him singing the song that he was singing at the beginning.
Are going to see that they got away with it, and that's just going to encourage more anarchy and more craziness. I
guess he's pro Donald Trump getting arrested then, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get off on that, but it's current events. I can't believe that these people that are literally presidents of major Ivy League universities, one of their primary jobs is to provide a safe learning environment for the students. That may be one of their biggest jobs, right? And the moment...
Again, this man unironically went to a school and supports a school, a university, that he said is a great institution that is rife and full of sexual assault and harassment. Safe learning environment.
The moment a handful of students start creating a problem and literally like attacking other students, threatening other students.
Literally? Bitch, where? What are you talking about? Give me an example. I'm pretty sure this is just propaganda.
Students then breaking windows and taking over buildings and squatting on public property. That's not cool. And what are these
squatting on public property? Hold on. I'm searching it. Hold on. U of T protester organizers say school isn't negotiating fairly. No, that's the University of Waterloo. Hold on. He's not talking about... Because it happened in Canada, too. There was a couple of protests that happened and people got fucking... I'm assuming he's talking about UCLA, right? When was this? Hold on. Let me check this article. June 11th. No, this is from today. This isn't what I'm looking at. Hold on. University of California. When's this article from? No, this is from... All these articles are from today. I need one from 2 weeks... Or from 3 weeks ago. U.S. college students face muted graduations. Organizing massive campus protests requires logistics. University protests, pro-Palestine demonstrations continue. University braces for oh my goodness, disruptions. You know what none of these say? Anything about university students, like, fucking doing anything. Video violence on college campuses. Police violence on college campuses. Hundreds of faculty and students condemn attacks on protesters. Police in riot gear use flashbangs. Canadian anti-genocide protests under attack. Punched, choked, and kicked. 5 people arrested. So they are being arrested. Police officers fire gun while clearing protesters. Cops on campus. Stunning police brutality will ignite a student anti-war protest. Why police crackdown? Campus protest. Police clash at Columbia University. You know who's not the violent people in any of these headlines? The students. So unless you, Vic Mignon, are actually going to fucking present some of the shit that you're actually fucking just spewing and slandering people with, shut the fuck up. Stay the fuck out of politics, you fucking ignoramus.
Presidents of these universities and these people in authority do, all the way up to the top of our government, not a thing.
They've been being brutalized and fucking arrested, you dense motherfucker. You're not even gonna applaud the arrests that have taken place over it? The ones that you're calling for? Children should be arrested? People shouldn't have free speech? You fascist fuck.
They sit there wringing their hands instead of acting with the authority that they've been given and applying the law in these situations. I can't even believe it. I can't even believe it.
You know,
I can't believe this straw man that I just made up of this fake scenario. Could you imagine if that happened? That'd be fucking crazy. You pro-dystopian 1984 dipshit.
Term, I really feel like this is a failing of stewardship, that no one actually wants to be the responsible adult. To some degree, I feel like that's part of what happened with you and everything that went down 5 years ago. It was like no one wanted to be the guy that said, no, this is way second. Nothing here actually adds up. Like, no one wanted to do that job. You know, if we were a mature society and these institutions and the people inside them were like, no, this is my job. I'm supposed to protect this institution. I'm supposed to stamp when it matters. But people don't want to do that. They want all the fun, but none of the responsibility.
Exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about? He had his chance in court and he fucking blew it. If the rules that existed now existed in the early 2000s and we had the technological advances for recording, Vic would have fucking been kicked out ages ago. Are you kidding me? Bro, remember? He was trying to sleep with what he just described as children. I'm assuming that the fucking, what's his name, Peter over here, fucking Culturescape is just too fucking stupid to figure that one out. You got too much Vic cum in your brain from taking it in the face so hard for this interview? Idiot.
How we get here.
Exactly. They want all of the perks and the benefits of a certain job or a certain opportunity, but they don't want any of the work or the responsibilities.
You mean like the responsibility of having a fan base and then taking advantage of that fan base? To have sex? To cheat on your wife? Or your current other significant other because you've been caught cheating on more than one occasion?
You hit it right on the head. That is it, right there. In fact,
could somebody hit me on the head? I'd be great. I would love that. That'd be wonderful. Can I? You know what? Hold on. I got you. There's
a lot of people on social media. They don't want to put the time in to develop their skills in a particular field, or to, you know what I mean, or to work hard. And
how do you know that?
Focus.
How do you know that? How do you know that based on somebody's social media posts, that what they're doing in their personal life?
Their energies and their skills and their talents on accomplishing something, that's way too hard. That's way too hard. It's much easier to just trash talk other people. It's much easier to just complain about things that you think are wrong or your opinion.
Yeah, talking about human rights for people and debunking bullshit is just complaining about things. All those people trying to get rights and protesting for the freedoms of other people, they're just complaining. They're not doing anything hard. They're only getting brutalized by police for the sake of the human rights of people in another country that they could ostensibly not care about if they didn't really want to.
This guy is unfucking believable.
Here's an example, because chat's got my back. Hey, what up? Excuse me, I am a trash-talking expert. I have a highish level IT job, and that's, yo, RNGD, that's even, like, disregarding, like, what, like, an ish level job versus the actual, like, amount of education and, like, personal, like, position that you hold or, like, expertise that you have, because those are different things. Just because you don't have a lot didn't Vic say earlier, just because you don't have a lot of numbers doesn't mean it's, like, the numbers are fake, therefore it's not real. Oh, he wasn't talking about those numbers, he was talking about age numbers, because remember, age is just a number if you're trying to fuck somebody, but if they disagree with you, they're a child, and should be disregarded. What a fucking hypocritical, creepy asshole. Professors body slammed and crushed by cops during anti-Israel protest at Washington U, hospitalized with broken ribs. Because, you know, the police weren't doing anything, according to Vic Mignogna. Professor Steve Tamari appeared to be beaten and wounded by police during pro-Palestine demonstration at Washington University in St. Louis. A professor of Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, appeared to be beaten and wounded by police during a pro-Palestine demonstration at Washington University in St. Louis. On Saturday, April 27th, demonstrators gathered at... Hold on, April 27th. Sorry, just give me 1 second. April 27th, May. Okay, just double checking. They later moved to the Washington University campus at the St. Louis Police Department, told the Huffington Post. There's going to be pictures, so trigger warnings. Getting crushed. History professor Steve Tamari was recording a video of the activists when at least 4 officers grabbed and wrestled him to the ground. 3 other cops stood as they tried to zip tie his hands. The activist group Resist Washington U called a press conference in Forest Park on Tuesday, April 30th, where activist Nawal? I don't know how to pronounce anything. Read a statement by Steve, adding that he could not attend the event as he was hospitalized. Quote, "Over the past 7 months, I have been in agony watching my people in Palestine be slaughtered with U.S. bombs and funding. I joined the student-led protest on Saturday to stop the genocide and support and protect the students," Tamari's statement said, according to Riverfront Times. Steve said he was, quote, "body slammed and crushed by the weight of several St. Louis County police officers and then dragged across campus by the police." Oh, was the professor just a child, too, that should be arrested for wanting to protect the students? Vic, you fucking numpty. As a result of police brutality, I am now in the hospital with multiple broken ribs and a broken hand. Steve added that a doctor said he was lucky to be alive. Quote, my lungs could have been punctured and I could have died on the ground as they abused me, he said. You know, those police that aren't doing anything. Steve went on to say that the students had invited Wash U to engage in dialogue about divestments from Israel and Boeing, but their invitations were rejected. Washington University administrators called in the police armed with batons and wielding bicycles like battering rams, he wrote. Quote, police forces from around the metro area crushed a gathering of students and concerned citizens pressing for an end to American complacency in the genocide of Palestine and Gaza. But what about the building, though? The building could have been damaged with those protesters squatting there. Steve's wife, Sandra, shared on X, formerly known as Twitter, that she too was arrested. Quote, I was arrested at the Gaza encampment at Washington University in St. Louis on Saturday. My husband, a 65-year-old full professor at South Illinois University, Edwardsville, was brutally beaten by police. Here is the video of his arrest. He's wearing the yellow jacket, she wrote. There's video evidence of this. What the actual fuck, dude? Vic, shut the fuck up. You fascist motherfucker. Sandra added in the thread that there was, quote, no violence / property damage instigated by the protesters. When police from 5 municipalities attacked us, there was a festival atmosphere on the lawn. Quote, when the police moved into the encampment, there was young children present. In some of the videos of arrests, I could hear the voice of the 10-year-old daughter of a friend yelling, don't hurt him, leave him alone, she added. At USTLU used violence against its own students, faculty, staff, and the community to maintain its complicity in genocide. We are undeterred, and St. Louis will continue to rise up for Palestine, she further said. Do you guys want to watch the fucking video? Since apparently, like, are you not gonna believe her, Vic? Does she just count as just a child doing property damage when there is no property damage? You fucking piece of shit. Fuck this guy.
Opinion of this, or your position on that. Well, that.
It's not about your opinion, by the way, Vic. This isn't a criticism of your opinion. This is a criticism about you fucking lying. What you're saying is factually untrue.
It doesn't help anything. You know, and if those people were to take half the energy that they put into complaining or slandering.
Yeah, I'm just complaining and slandering. I'm not sitting here being like, genocide bad. We should protest genocide. Genocide's not good. Fucking Vic would be out here being like, yeah, Hitler's great. I don't know what all these Jews are bitching about.
Or putting other people down, if they were to put that into actually creating something, actually building something positive, or investing in other people, not only...
You mean like a safe environment for students? You're such a shithead.
Would their lives be happier, but they'd make the world a better place. But once again, that takes too much work.
Vic, what is it that you do? What do you do? You're saying make the world a better place. Don't sit online bitching and slandering people. Actually build something and create something. What are you doing? Right now. What are you doing in this? What do you do on your stream? What do you create? What do you do? I actually create a lot of shit. I make lots of stuff. Not only am I an artist, I do a lot of production work in the background. I also produce shows that are educational and entertaining. What do you do, Vic? Are the protesters protesting against Palestine, against Israel, and being like, genocide bad, not making the world a better place? Should they just ignore genocide? Is fucking Vic Mignogna actually sitting out here being like, we shouldn't protest genocide because that would be harder to do. What the fuck? What kind of cracked ass, backward ass shit did I just fucking listen to? This is actually fucking insane. Contextually, this is like absolutely fucking cracked, dude. What the fuck?
And some people don't want to put in that much work. They want to be famous, but they don't want to do the work. You know, they want to be well known. They want to.
Then work on your voice differentiating, you lazy fuck. Stop wasting your time trying to slander other people.
1,000 views on their video.
He's literally slandering protesters in this. What the fuck?
Don't want to put the work in. You know, they somehow think that they should just be popular for the sake of being popular. And if it's easier to take you down, to get popular by tearing you down, well, that's easy. I can do that from the comfort of my...
Bro, how many other fucking people online speak out and talk about you in a negative way? That make, like content. Like, how many negative YouTube videos are there about Vic Mignogna? I mean, I've got a handful, but I'm one person. Who else? Who else is making videos like this? Send them my way. I want to talk to them. Where? There are so many fucking videos that are in support of Vic Mignogna. So fucking many videos in support. Nick Rakita's videos. Umbrella Guy's videos. There's like, that whole fucking crew of like outrage culture is you! Unreal.
Keyboard right here.
Yeah, you don't even need to put your pants on. I mean, you could just lay in bed or ruin someone's life.
You don't need to be live.
Ironically saying that to Vic Mignogna, who showed his tighty whities on stream because he was on a stream not wearing any pants, and then not like to explain himself had his underwear hanging on a Broly statuette in his background. You fucking creeps. You're both fucking gross weirdos. The fact that you're just signal boosting... What the fuck is this guy's name? I already forgot. Culture Space is just signal boosting this shit. You're part of the problem, dude.
And you know, and you know what? Everybody has different motivations. You know, everybody has their own reasons for why they do what they do. I'm not a mind reader. I can't answer for why everybody does the things they do, but like I said, the point at which...
Guys, I don't know why people would protest genocide. I don't know, why would people do these things?
You start hurting other people or ruining other people just for your own aggrandizement or because it makes you feel important somehow. That's where we are in this day. Regrettably, and you know what? And I'm not even, let me just say, I'm not speaking.
Yeah, humans have always been so wholesome as to, like, always just get along before social media, right? Okay.
Speaking down on anyone. I've not named any names. I'm not about to, and I'm not even thinking of any one person in particular.
No, I'm just thinking of a group of people that dislike me, that I went to court with, that I name on a regular basis on my own channel. My audience knows who I'm talking about. Plausible deniability.
This is what I have observed over the years. This is the trajectory that I've seen our culture going. And by the way, not to wax too religious again, but it follows very closely in line with the way things are going and the way things are supposed to go in prophecy and scripture.
Yes, your scripture is pro-fascism. You're complaining that the world is getting less fascist, and then being like, be more fascist. And it's like, well, scripture says it's gonna get less fascist before it gets more fascist. I love the society that's in Star Trek. The philosophy of Star Trek is anti-free speech and arresting children. This dude's insane, man. I don't think he understands that he's just talking out of both sides of his mouth, and what he's saying just doesn't comport. I guess he just thinks his audience is stupid. I mean, the interviewer is stupid for not picking up on any of this, but I'm assuming he's not picking it up on purpose, and this is just a FAP session.
And so I
Preach,
don't
boy, preach!
set myself up as better or smarter or more enlightened than anybody. I have
Look at the smile when he says enlightened. Bro, you literally in this video talked about how you were better than everybody else and how, like, it was just the masses below you. Because you were at the pinnacle of anything. What kind of fucking delusional fucking shit is this?
with the way things are going and the way things are supposed to go in prophecy and scripture. And so I don't set myself up as better or smarter or more enlightened than anybody. I have my own.
See? The smile tips his hat, but you all think I'm that way. I want you guys to think that I'm like that. Like, that body language, bro. Holy.
Challenges and my own, my own struggles, just like anyone else does.
Which you have not described at
But
all.
these are just things that I've witnessed, and this is my take on them. So that's just my opinion. You're free to.
Your opinion is based on bullshit. Half of your opinion was incorrect, like factually incorrect information. You presented a bunch of things that weren't true and then said, therefore, this is my opinion. You know opinions can be wrong, right? Like, you can have a wrong opinion because your opinion is based on wrong information. Therefore, your opinion is just factually incorrect. Right? Like, the opinion, just because you have an opinion, you're allowed to have an opinion, doesn't mean it's always right. You know what I mean? Nah, that's too complicated. That's too deep.
To take it or leave it. And once.
No, I'm gonna take it, and then I'm gonna shit on it, because it's a wrong fucking opinion, and it's pro-fascist, anti-America propaganda that's pro-genocide, and also very creepy. If I want to have sex with them, they're adults. If they protest genocide, which is apparently something I agree with, they shouldn't be allowed free speech, and they're children.
Once again, that's what it's supposed to be. People espouse their opinions, people can talk about their differences, and then they go have a drink.
I would not trust sitting at a bar with Vic Mignogna. He's creepy and gross. And he probably thinks I'm a lot younger than I am. Which would put me in the predatory age range. Ugh.
Let's go get some lunch. Let's go see a movie. Let's go bowling.
Let's not.
You don't have to hate and despise and
I don't have to hate and despise you to not want to hang out with you.
And dream of the ruin of somebody who just doesn't agree with you.
Don't have to.
Or doesn't see.
I think I gave it good advice about how you could be more prolific. You're welcome.
Things your way.
Yeah, damn, I hate that people dream of a world of not having genocide in it, and they hate and despise people who are committing genocide and are enabling or complicit to genocide. Yeah, what awful, like, why would you ever be like that? Ah. Fuck. What a weird thing to say.
Okay, well, I think we have 10 to 20 minutes left. I was wondering, could I just go through here? Because you do have questions for your fans.
Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah, I did. I kind of waxed a little verbose.
Waxed a little verbose? So you're waxing something. It may or may not be a carrot. Chesh, you really shouldn't grift people, but if you're going to grift, do it right. I only give good advice. I don't give bad advice. I only ever give what I believe is at least the best possible advice I could give. I have a policy of not offering bad advice. Of course, nobody ever listens to me, but hey, take it or leave it, right? You don't have to take my advice. It would just be in your best interest. Listen, I look at it this way. If Vic Mignogna successfully makes money off of the Daily Wire and successfully grifts, it means all of the people that he tried to sue and fuck over will actually get paid what they're owed by him, because he is in a lot of debt right now. And I'd like to see those people get their comeuppance, you know what I mean? I.e., a bunch of fucking money, because he owes them a bunch of fucking money. So I'd like to see him, be successful in that sphere so we can all laugh at him together, because if he goes on to the Daily Wire, oh boy, is he gonna get some fucking attention. And it'll be very funny, and then maybe I won't feel so alone in being the only one fucking talking about this shit.
Today, didn't I? Apologize for that.
Yeah, that's fine. A lot of people, that's what they want to see, and I think it's interesting. I'm glad I'm not alone in feeling that way on some of those things.
Yeah, my opinion is, I just want to reiterate.
I'm glad I'm not alone in thinking that people people who are protesting Palestine are just, bitching and moaning and not doing anything. They're taking the easy way, right?
Just in case anybody missed it. My opinion means no more than anyone else's. But if I share something that resonates...
That's not how opinions work.
...with someone, if they're like, yeah, I can see that, that makes sense, great. But, I'm no better than anybody else, and these are just my thoughts based on what I've witnessed over the years. If somebody has a difference of opinion, I respect
and things that you just made the fuck up because that never happened.
That, in the same way I would want them to respect mine.
You're not just saying an opinion, though. You're pontificating about how the world ought to be and what humanity is. And what you're describing doesn't match what you ostensibly said people should live by. You said that to be a Star Trek fan, you should live by the philosophy of Star Trek and by Mr. Spock's little fucking saying that is about live and let live. And yet you're out here saying people shouldn't have free speech, people shouldn't be allowed to protest, and you're ostensibly promoting fake news for a narrative in defense of genocide. I'm sorry, would Captain Kirk be pro-genocide? You think Dr. McCoy and fucking Mr. Spock would be like, yeah, you know what, genocide, cool. It's fine. People shouldn't protest. Free speech shouldn't exist in Star Trek. What the fuck? My brother in Christ. Shut the fuck up.
Unfortunately, there's not a ton of respect going around these days. There's not a ton of respect for...
That's you. And also, yeah, I don't respect your opinion. I think your opinion's based on bullshit. And I don't think that anything that you've said to argue for your opinion is good argumentation, so I don't really respect your opinion.
Our fellow man and our fellow citizens, You
mean like trans people? You mean like respecting people and their personal boundaries when you touch them when they don't want to be touched? Such a fucking liar.
Yeah. Okay, well let's end on some positive notes. So I'll just not quite rapid fire. I don't know what's between slow and rapid fire.
Okay, let's try it.
You don't know what the difference is between slow and rapid fire? Huh? What? I need to stop thinking. I just need to stop. I just don't why what's the point? if they don't have to, why do I have to? Like, this is some horse shit. Brother.
I'll try to give concise answers.
Okay. Someone wants to know, actually a lot of people ask this, what is your studio Anime Matsuri working on these days? You recently had the release of Zip Shimezo. Do you have other projects coming out?
Well, first of all, when we dubbed Zip Shimezo, we also
immediately not answering the fucking question in the rapid fire. Good start.
also dubbed another short film called Genba Nojo, and it was beautiful, beautiful film. My good friend, my good friend and buddy Jacob Takanashi played the lead role in that. He did an amazing job, and we submitted both of those to Amazon, and unfortunately, Amazon felt like Genba Nojo was not long enough for them to release. It was just a short film.
So you're not working on anything? Is that the answer? So you're not working on anything? Or the things that you have been working on have been rejected?
I would love to get that out for people to see because it's a great piece. But in answer to your question, we have made...
He can't even... he's gotta think about what his fucking production studio's working on like that? Is it nothing? Is it... oh shit, what do I...
a lot of inroads with a couple of the major anime companies in Japan.
So inroads in Japan, but you don't have anything. Okay.
Japan.
That's nothing.
The place where it's kind of bottlenecking, so to speak, is that licenses, to purchase a license to dub an anime series into another language, you need to buy that license, which amounts to tens of thousands of dollars that must be paid.
So his company is broke and therefore cannot produce anything because they can't afford to get the licensing.
And that's before you hire any translators, hire any adapters, hire any actors, cast any roles, book any...
This is supposed to be rapid fire. This is all just excuses as to why they're not producing anything. The answer is, it's fucking nothing!
Studio time, that money that must be paid to purchase a license is the first step in the process. And there are plenty of other expenditures that come after. So we've got these opportunities. Now where we're at currently is we're working with several people on funding.
We're broke and therefore are not producing anything because we can't afford to be in the business we're in currently and are looking for sponsors and are looking for, what's the word I'm looking for here? Production, no, stakeholders, shareholders.
We're talking to several different people about possibly funding the purchase of a series, whether it be a 12 or 13 episode series or something more.
So nothing.
So that's where we are right now with anime.
So nothing. Nothing. It's fucking nothing. You're not producing anything. You're in the midst of trying to get money to be able to afford to fucking produce anything. Okay. Just answer the question, dude.
With AM Studios, I should say.
Yeah, they were supposed to be making their own anime or something like that, but like that's probably more expensive. But whatever.
No, that covers up the following question. They wanted to know how the process goes about for getting films. Have you enjoyed, by the way, working in your own studio?
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, oh yeah, we had the great...
Has he really worked in the studio if they're not producing anything?
This time, when we dubbed those two short films for Matsuri, we had the greatest time. Greatest time.
That's nice to hear.
So they've produced two short films, one of which has not seen a release, one of which who has seen a release, I guess. And when was that? How long ago was that? I don't know. Whatever.
I love it. I love directing. I love working with actors. I love creating something like that. And I hope I get to do more of it.
Is Vic Manana just Eric July ? Good question. You let me know what you think.
One person asked, "Are you ever interested in doing something like YouTube, perhaps being a VTuber?"
He already Twitch streams, so what the fuck kind of question is this?
You know, I don't think so.
You feel pretty good with
You're not gonna pontificate on that at all? Is it because you couldn't handle it? He doesn't have a story, he doesn't have a thing. Is it because you don't want to because it's too much work? Or is it because you know you're riding on old notoriety and old work that you've worked on that producing anything new would likely not be successful because you're a piece of shit and everybody knows it and you're not gonna do the work to actually produce something worthwhile? Oops! Sorry, did I say the quiet part out loud for you? My bad.
Because you do a little bit of TikTok, a little bit of Instagram, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Well, I put out occasionally, put out things on my social media platform. But I feel like the main purpose of my
social media platform where people shouldn't be allowed to say whatever they want because they're the masses and they're beneath me.
Platforms is not to spout my opinion about this or,
You are literally on a YouTube platform spouting your opinion about this, about something nobody brought up more than once, you dumb motherfucker. That was half of this fucking video. What the fuck? God, alright, listen, who's the Peter? Yo, Peter, did you do this on purpose? Did you purposefully leave this shit in the interview to make this dude look like an absolute fucking clown? Was that intentional, or did you just not care enough to bother? You thought nobody would notice that he just fucking completely just chopped himself off at the fucking legs? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
Emotional damage.
Oh, brother.
Fights about that or argue about this, but I like to use my social media simply to promote, to encourage fans and to promote my appearances.
Encourage fans to do what? What do you encourage your fans to do? Harass people who don't like you or have different opinions or interpret the things that you did, like trying to sleep with twins that were the age group that you just called children, with that kind of shit? That shit? That stuff? Those things? No? No? I mean, we know for a fact that you sent Farah, the girl your girlfriend, that you had at the same time as you had another girlfriend, that girlfriend, you were sending her and tried to encourage her to take legal action against people on your behalf, which I think is against the law, by the way. I think that there might be some legal stickiness in trying to get somebody to file additional lawsuits and using the law and weaponizing the law to harass people. That might be something that's... Maybe you should talk to your buddies, your legal team, Nick Rakita, about that one. Maybe ask him that one. I don't know. Maybe that might be kind of sticky. If you still trust him. Anyway, what dirt does he have on you, by the way? Because I bet you he's got dirt. I bet you money Nick Rakita's got fucking dirt on Vic Mignogna. Like, maybe some falsified court documents or signatures or, a couple things, perhaps. And since I have all that legal paperwork, maybe we'll do a big dive on it.
I like to use my social media to hopefully be of some kind of encouragement or light or support to fans. And there are a lot of people out there dealing with a lot of things right now, and they need encouragement. And
encourage my fans to harass and attack people who don't agree with me, and who rightfully have correct opinions about me, and who rightfully have correct opinions about genocide being bad.
Prayer and support.
No,
so I try to do
prayer
that.
Up your ass, you fucking fake ass prophet. If you are Vic Mignogna is a walking, talking false prophet. He checks all of the false prophet boxes. He does not live by the word. He does not produce the fruit of the Spirit. Because he does not do either of those things, and he's a hypocritical fucking liar, he is a false prophet. Simple as that. It's literally biblically charged. It is literally in the Bible.
Then the main thing that I try to use my social media for is...
If you follow Vic Mignogna because you think he's like a Christian person in pop culture, he's a fraud. You ought not to be following him. Go find somebody else. There's lots of good Christian people who preach and do good things on the internet. Go find one of them.
Is promoting where I'm going to be, letting fans know when I'm going to be at a particular event, or if I'm working on this or that. But that's it. It's not for me to...
I'm working on this and that because my anime studio has no projects. Haha. Tee.
Pontificate on, on my political opinions or my
except for that thing that you just
justice
did.
Thoughts or whatever. I prefer to use it in more positive ways, more constructive ways.
That's literally the thing you just did. Unreal.
That makes sense. Plus, it's a lot of energy.
Are you really not? You're not gonna say anything? You're not gonna be like, yeah, but you just did. He just apologized for pontificating and waxing his carrot about his fucking political opinions, which were, I don't like free speech. And you're just gonna be like, yeah, man, that sucks. We should... What the fuck? You're not gonna know. Did anybody know? Oh, the comments are turned off, aren't they? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure the comments are turned off. Oh no, comments are here. Never mind, I was wrong. There's comments. Did anybody... I cannot stand Christianity. He got wrecked. What the fuck? I don't know what that means. All this bullshit involving localization turned me away from dubbed anime. I fucking said... Vic the Slick Mignogna is the goat of voice acting. You cool. You fucking... That's somebody who doesn't like him. What planet does standing strong against his attackers and emerging victorious equal signing an agreement to pay the people he sued somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000? Because that sounds like Wimplo version of victory. Very funny. I don't know why I thought the comment section was turned off. Must have been a different video I was looking at. My apologies. I've corrected that. The comments are not turned off on this video.
Yeah, and I know some VTubers, and it takes a lot of their time, and I hate to say it, but I'm a little too old. And
I thought you said before age was just a number. That they were just numbers and they don't matter. What do you mean? Vic hanging out with fucking VTubers. He doesn't want to do the work.
And I like my downtime a little too much to lock myself into like, oh, I gotta record another show today.
Fair enough. Do you have any future projects outside of like anime or voice acting? Like, do you want to do another Star Trek project? Do you have new music you're working on? What are you interested professionally right now?
That's the same question as before. What's your anime company working on? Fucking nothing.
Well,
it's
as far
fucking
as Star
nothing.
Trek is concerned, by the way, we haven't talked much about that, but if any of you are sitting there watching this going, what is this Star Trek series they keep talking about? I created a web series about 10 years ago, live action, called Star Trek Continues. We rebuilt the entire soundstage from the original series. And
on
we
something that you don't have a license to, by the way.
Action episodes that pick up right where the original Star Trek was canceled and finish the 5-year mission, finish that show, wrap it up in a nice bow, and leave everybody where they were when Star Trek the Motion Picture came out. It's been very well received. I'm very proud of it. It's my baby. It's probably my legacy. It's probably the thing that I will leave.
God!
That I'm the most proud of. when I'm gone. But I'm also working on a new album. I have 6 records, music CDs on iTunes, and I'm working on a 7th one right now. I've got tons of songs that I've written and produced over the years that I just have never released.
Everything is past tense. Nothing is current. So the answer is no.
So I'm going to be putting those on a CD.
See? The CD he's working on isn't new music, it's old shit. He just said it was old shit. He's not producing anything new. He is riding previous glory days. This dude lives in 2005. He hasn't moved on from 2005.
I've been doing a lot of audiobook.
It's well received. Meanwhile, William Shatner, keep my name out of your mouth. Yeah.
Work recently. Yesterday and the day before, I think I mentioned, I was recording a video game, which I'm very, very excited to be a part of.
Which game?
Appearances, signings around the country that I've got lined up.
Where? You're not welcome at any conventions anymore. Where are you gonna go, dude? The fuck are you talking about? No, you hear how vague all of this is? He's not like, oh, I'm going to this anime convention, or I'm going to that anime, or I'm working on this project, or he's not even saying which studio he's fucking working with. That goes beyond him having an NDA. He might not be able to give details, but like, brother, he's not doing shit.
I've been talking with several different people about doing some more on camera.
He's talking about potentially doing something. See? Past tense? Maybe in the future. Narcissists are addicted to the past. Yeah, man. Just, I don't know. Fun fact apropos of nothing. Narcissists are addicted to the past. Take that how you will.
Film acting work. So I keep very busy.
No.
As you know, I'll let your viewers in on a little secret. We were supposed to have this interview today, and I've got a box out in my kitchen right now full of items that I'm supposed to sign and return, like a bulk signing.
Humble brag.
I spent last night and this morning.
Were they ordered by people? Were they pre-ordered it? This is something you're selling? Where are you selling them? Is this online merch? Yeah, we know you have a fan base, dude.
Morning, editing all of the lines that I recorded for this video game on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Wait, you're doing the editing for the lines that you recorded for a video game? That's odd. Huh? Is that normally how that works? I mean, I guess I could imagine like you clipping out like some like nothing takes when you're just like kind of coughing or whatever, like I guess, but like huh? Odd, but huh? Is this like, I feel, why do I get the feeling this is like some kind of like somebody's pet project, right? It's somebody who's a fan of Vic who's making a game, and it's like a nothing burger. That's the vibe I'm getting from this.
I've got a friend in town I'm working on a project with, and I was supposed to go to his shop this afternoon. And so I asked Peter if we could reschedule, and he said graciously, he said, sure. And then my friend needed to postpone it. So I messaged Peter back and asked him if we could put it back this afternoon, and he graciously agreed. So
you being bad at scheduling doesn't necessarily mean you're busy. It means you're double booked.
I've got a lot of things going on. I'm very, very blessed. I tell fans this all the time.
Is it kind of sus how many times he's like fucking repeating the same thing, like he's trying to convince himself rather than anybody else?
Either focus on what's not going well, what's not going right, what you wish were different, or you can focus on all you have to be grateful for. And I can promise you we
all you've done this whole video is fucking bitch and talk about how great you are. What the fuck?
have a great deal to be grateful for.
Uh-huh. Then stop bitching.
I guess I'll limit us back down.
You
Just 2
suck.
questions left.
Boo.
Okay. Someone wants to know.
Sorry, I'm talking about Peter. Peter, you suck. Boo. You're a bad interviewer. This is terrible. You didn't even ask any real questions. This fucking blows.
Have you ever had the chance to meet William Shatner, and would you like the opportunity to work with him if you could?
Well, I've not only met Bill several times, but we've become friends over the years.
This is definitively not true. Hold on. Wait a sec. Hold on. Let me go to Twitter real quick. Let me double check. William Shatner gets pissy, like, 'cause his friends call him Bill, and he doesn't like it when people who don't know him call him that. Let me just double check here. William Shatner. Hold on, let me go to William Shatner's fucking Twitter here. Let me just William Shatner advanced search. From these accounts to, let me go find Vic Mignogna's Twitter account. Hold on, it's down here in the description. Vic Mignogna's Twitter account. Right here. Here we go. I don't know if it still exists. To this account. Oh! Look at this shit! He's fucking getting dunked on, dude! Star Trek continues. The outline for, quote, the Carbomite maneuver was submitted April 1966. The other Howard sibling, Clint, was the guest star, and it originally aired in November 10th, 1966. Favorite moment, hashtag sibling Star Trek, blah, 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 blah. Link to fundraising campaign, picture of William Shatner. At Vic Mignogna, you're fundraising with my picture. If I am a part of this, I am not. That's not cool. This is not the first time that was dated 2016. This is also 2016 at Vic Mignogna. This is not the first time this has happened, but it better be the last. Am I clear? Vic Mignogna, fans keep asking if we're getting shut down. We want you to know that we have not been asked to stop making the episodes you've come to enjoy so much. Don't be afraid to contribute. Our campaign is near its end, but there is still time to make a difference. We have always been the best stewards of our fans. Generous donations that will keep going. Donate Star Trek. It's got fucking William Shatner on the picture, and he's like, fucking stop. He's still fucking out here doing it. Like, 2018, received your email. The other account stays blocked for what they did. Now you have a mission to undo all your creative handiwork. Like, does somebody need to send this fucking shit to William Shatner and be like, this fucking guy's saying he's your friend and you're like implying you're involved with this Star Trek Continues project? What the actual fuck, dude? How long before he gets sued by William Shatner? Like, really? Fucking really? Unbelievable, dude. This was 3 weeks ago. Oh my god. And those are only the ones that were to Vic Mignogna, specifically. Not, like, any conversations he was also having. But they're pretty fucking definitive, dude. What do you need one of? The one that says, don't call me Bill, fuckhead? Because I would not be surprised to see William Shatner tweet something like that, and it would be very funny. I'd laugh. I'd get a kick out of that.
He and I have had the opportunity to spend a lot of quality time together.
Oh, yeah?
We had the same booking agent, and so we got booked into a lot of the same shows. We became friends. We've had dinner together. We've smoked cigars together.
Look at how much he's blinking and how fidgety he's suddenly gotten as soon as he starts talking about William Shatner. Look at it. Look at him. Oh, hold on. I'll put it back. Right here.
Would you like the opportunity to work with him if you could?
He hasn't been doing
well,
that the whole
I've
time.
not only met Bill several times, but we've become friends over the years. He and I have had the opportunity to spend a lot.
That lick at his tongue and the breath. Hold on.
The opportunity to work with him if you could.
Well, I've not only met Bill several times, but we've become friends over the years. He and I have...
Did you see how many times he blinked? Look at this shit. Obvious lie is obvious. Hold on, I'm gonna slow it down. Hold on. Playback speed. Drop that down. Watch the number of times he fucking blinks.
And would you like the opportunity to work with him if you could?
Well, I've not only met Bill several times, but we've become friends over the years. He
blinks like 9 times just in that one sentence. Holy shit, dude. And then he gets really fucking fidgety as he continues on. Oh my god. Holy shit. Nose grab coming up. All right, let's go.
and I have had the opportunity to spend a lot of quality time together. We had the same booking agent, and so we got booked.
The nose grab, there it is. Oh my god.
Into a lot of the same shows. We became friends. We've had dinner together. We've smoked cigars together. We've gone to a lot of conventions.
Do you see? Nose grab, looks around, nose grab, blink, 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 looks around, does this whole body fidget. Didn't have the same booking agent. Yeah, he's just fucking lying. This is a whole ass fucking string of lies. He's so uncomfortable. The interviewer actually asked a good question, and it's right at the end, and he's not gonna press him on any of this bullshit. Watch.
We had the same booking agent, and so we got booked into a lot of the same shows. We became friends. We've had dinner together. We've smoked cigars together. We've gone to a lot of convention appearances and shared cars, and you know, I've been to his office in LA a few times. Just last year, he was doing an appearance with the Wrath of Khan. It was like the 30th anniversary or 35th anniversary or something. And he was doing a live screening where he came out after the screening and did a Q&A with the fans.
Did you notice when he stopped fidgeting and he started telling a story of something that did actually likely happen? You noticed the immediate change?
And it was in Indianapolis. And I have a good friend in Indianapolis, and so he and I flew up there, and he and I went to it. And I sent a message backstage that I was there and would love to say hi to Bill if the opportunity arose. And sure enough, when the film was over and Bill came out and did the Q&A, and then he left, he went back, he went backstage, and everybody was exiting, I got a text message that said, "Hey, Vic, this is so-and-so. I'm the producer of tonight's event. Bill wants to say hi." So I went backstage and got to sit and chat with him a little bit and catch up with him. I love him. He is like I said, he's kind of the father figure and the...
That didn't happen. I don't believe him. Where's the video? Where's the pictures of you guys meeting? You're such a big fan, right? You're such good friends. That's why you went with your friend and then had to send a message backstage and didn't just message him directly. Fucking weirdo.
The role model I never had. So, I love Bill. I love Bill Shatner.
Oh,
the sniff at the end.
That made me happen here. I mean, I guess you have such a love for Star Trek, and then you got to meet the guy, and it didn't turn out to be one of those horrible things where you're not supposed to meet your
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that Vic showed up at a convention that William Shatner was at. Yeah. Okay. As, like, somebody who paid to get in, sure, yeah.
What did they say? Your
Never
idol?
meet your hero. Never
Yeah,
meet
never
your
meet
hero. Yeah.
Your hero fucking hates you, dude. He loves Bill's work. He couldn't care less about Bill, though. He wants to ride the train. Yeah, it's implying that, yeah.
No, that's nice. I like that.
I know people have mixed...
He literally claimed that they worked together after doing a bunch of talking about Star Trek Continues, so... Bullshit.
experiences with different actors that they go to events to meet. But I love Bill, and I'm very grateful to call him a friend.
Would you ever be interested?
X to doubt. I don't believe you.
This is my question, but if Paramount ever allowed you guys to, would you be interested in doing more projects like Star Trek Continues?
Well, I tell you what, as I mentioned earlier, we did what we set out to do. Granted, we only were able to make 11 episodes, but my goal from the very beginning was...
You told a story that took place over 5 years and 11 episodes? Why'd you stop? Why did you feel like that was... Never mind. I know.
To finish the original
series.
why. To finish the 5-year mission of the Enterprise. To give that iconic series the closure that it never had. That millions of fans would love to see.
Sure.
So we did that. So when people ask me, would you ever do more? I probably wouldn't do more episodes because
he probably wouldn't do more because he's A, not allowed to, and B, it would cost money, and C, it would be work that he doesn't want to put in. Remember that time when he said that, people would rather just do nothing, and he wants to live in the past, and he's too afraid of failure to actually try to do anything because his reputation is shit and nobody likes him and nobody wants to fucking work with him, and his studio has no fucking money.
That would be kind of going backwards, you know what I mean? But I would love the opportunity. I don't know that it will ever arise, but I would love the opportunity to maybe make a feature film with my Star Trek Continues cast. Make a feature film that picks up maybe somewhere in between the motion picture and the Wrath of Khan.
Thinks he owns those people.
And do a
yeah, I agree, Drake. The Star Trek, the original series did have closure. It's just Vic's a little bitch.
2-hour feature film with our cast somewhere in that timeline. I don't.
Yeah, he says mine, not our project. It's my project. It's his baby. It doesn't. Nobody else matters.
I don't know whether that will ever materialize, but if I were ever going to do anything related to Star Trek again, that would be the one thing that I would do.
Do you have any interest in doing something like audio drama or anything like that?
I've done several audio dramas over the years. I love them. They're great. I really enjoy them.
But
I like doing them, but I mean, it really comes down to what opportunity.
Everything has a but and an excuse whenever it comes to him actually doing anything.
You're given, Yeah.
I like audio dramas a lot too, but I don't know if they're the most popular format in the world.
Right. I don't know. I just enjoy the work. I mean, don't ask me how popular something is. I don't know. I just know, I like it.
Okay. This is the very last question. Someone...
That's an accidental slip on. He doesn't actually know how popular he is. He just knows he likes himself. Whoops.
A fan says, please ask Vic to sing I'm Still Standing.
Oh, God.
To record it.
My goodness.
I don't know if they meant to sing it right now or to sing it like for your album. I'm assuming the latter.
It sounds to me like they expect me to sing it here. And they want. Did they ask you to record it?
No. I think they meant you to record, just sing it for your album. I had to find it.
Well,
that one was for Reddit.
I don't normally put things on my album that I didn't write. So my albums are typically original music of mine that I wrote. But
Oh no, he's gonna do it.
I'm looking at the lyrics
He's
right
looking
here.
up the lyrics. No. If you want to pull up, you know what, tell you what, in the Discord, I'll see if I can find a Vic Mignogna album on YouTube or something, and I'll share it in there.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't, like I said, I probably wouldn't record somebody else's song, but
Why not?
I'm
Do a
still
cover.
standing better than I ever did.
God, he's just gonna do it,
Looking
like,
like a true survivor,
with no...
like a little kid.
Dance, monkey, dance.
All this time, picking up the pieces of my
Oh.
on my mind.
I've been asked to sing before on recordings and streams, so you know I've been in this position. It sucks.
I'm still standing.
Oh boy,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's out of tune, but okay.
Okay, I didn't think I would do that.
You still
Very
chose to,
nice.
but okay.
there
Very
you go.
nice. That was great. Right there. I did. Yeah.
Pitchy.
On demand.
Any other questions?
That is a fabulous way to end the show on. Thank you. Well, I have to look up the producer who asked that. Well, whoever you are, there you go. You got your wish.
Well, yeah. I hope. Now, when will this be broadcast? So you can.
This is recorded, so I think
He's not a terrible singer. Like he's not a bad singer. He's fine. He's middle of the road.
I told Sherry we were aiming for the 10th at the latest, but you know, if I could
Why
get it
did
out
you
sooner,
leave
depends
this
what
in?
me and my editor can work out.
Okay.
He and I, we both have jobs and stuff outside this, so it's kind of like
Sure.
figuring it out.
Well, and I apologize. If I got pretty serious about some of the things we talked about. I mean, those are kind of world events, and they're things that kind of swirl around in everybody's mind, I think.
I don't like to pontificate about politics, he said after pontificating about politics, and now he's pontificating about politics.
No, we didn't talk as much about geek stuff and nerd stuff, but sometimes a deeper conversation is in order.
What conversation? There wasn't a conversation here. It was just Vic yapping away about shit that nobody brought up. What the fuck conversation are you talking about?
It is. Well, I had fun, Vic. Thank you so much for taking the time to the show. I'm just going to do the
My
wind-up here.
pleasure, Peter. Thanks for having me, buddy.
No, I know. I think talking to you now the second time, I think part of me thinks it's so cool because I looked up to your work as a voice actor for so long, and you just seem like a decent guy, and
Yeah,
really
decent guy protesting genocide, calling for the arrest of children for university protesters protesting fucking Palestine. Yeah, seems like a really chill fascist dude. You're embarrassing.
try hard to put yourself out there to be kind to other people.
Uh-huh.
I've been trying to do more of that myself because I think it's important. I think showing some Christ.
Be kind to people. Arrest children because alleged property damage that doesn't exist.
Like kindness, some affection, modeling better behavior. I think it's the only way out of so much of this mess, and really, it's what people want. It's what they need.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for taking the time to watch Culture Scape. The show is helped put together by the good folks at Bain Books Publishing and imprint of Simon Schuster.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna skip their shit. Thank you so much for joining me. This has been me watching Vic Mignogna be a fucking fascist propagandist piece of shit. I would like to remind everybody that Palestine lives matter. Stop genocide. Genocide is bad and trans rights are human rights. And go fuck yourself, Vic Mignogna. And go fuck yourself, Vic Mignogna fans, if you fucking support this piece of shit. And are tacitly supporting fucking genocide and fascism. I feel like you can go fuck yourself. Asshole's gonna asshole. You right. Oh my god. Well, that was not fun. I wonder what the next one's gonna be. We will inevitably talk about Vic Mignogna again, I am sure, especially since I now have I now have all of the court documentation. I think it might be fun because we were talking about Nick Rakita and Tug, right? And I do have a Tug video to watch because he reviewed, or he did a video streaming Nick Rakita's first stream out of jail. So I think like just watching them both together will be good. So we're gonna do that. But they both supported Vic Mignogna pretty fucking heftily back in like 5 years ago, like 2019. So I think it might be fun to do a retrospective to see like what their legal takes were and how like accurate they were on their takes about Vic Mignogna and what happened and then what ended up happening now that the case has been resolved. So I think I'm gonna do that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Oh, that's the wrong button. Sorry, let me just do this. Oh, blonk. There you guys go. I don't know. I think it'll be a good time. We can definitely do something like that. I'm going to be back with art, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to listen to Tug and Nick Rakita without doing something else with my hands. Tug supported Nick embarrassingly hard. Oh, no doubt. And I'm imagining this video is just going to, like, he was already doing it real bad, and it was not a good look. And so I'm only expecting this is going to get worse. And I kind of want to see what they were saying about fucking Vic Mignogna back in 2019, because I suspect it's very, very funny, and I suspect that they just kind of ate a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's gonna be... If there was anything that was super embarrassing online, I think that's gonna be it. Anyway, let's go find somebody to raid. It's gonna be it for me today. It's 4:20. That's a good time to end, right? Let's see. Who's live? Who's around? Anybody? Somebody? Who's up? Oh, I can't raid that. That's Quincy's Tavern. Can I raid? You want to talk? You know what? You want to see a real wholesome person? I don't know if I can raid them. I'm gonna try. I don't know if they have it turned on, but this Quincy's Tavern. Quincy is one of the most wholesome people I've ever fucking seen in my life. Go be wholesome. Go send happy vibes. Go send some goblins. Go enjoy your time. Quincy is a lovely, lovely human being. And I am going to get out of here. Thank you so much for joining me. This was a lot of fun. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.